Morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the stream. My name is Ace. I do art streams. I do game streams. We did some game streams this past weekend. Uh, Today we're going to be doing art. It's an art time. It's an art day. Okay. I am doing 3D modeling. I'm making characters in 3D. I'm going to use them as reference for a webcomic that I'm working on. It's already written. We're designing the characters now, and I'm on the third character out of six to start doing pages, okay? So that's what we're going to be working on today. I'm working on the clothing still. I got as much as I could get done, but here we are. I just got to do the inside here and we'll be done with this equipment. Oh, I'm trying to get to the pants today. That's our short-term goal, so we'll see how far we can get with that. Um, yeah, I hope you had a great weekend. If you celebrate Easter, I hope it was great for you. We had some decent food over here. It's good. I still have the food. I'm going to be eating these leftovers for a while, but yeah, we're doing fine. Everything's fine over here. It's getting warmer, springtime, and we're making progress with art. Okay, I started working in 3D about 3 years ago, and up to this point, because I wanted to see how my art would be if I had exact references, and it's also to make the pages be created faster. I can design instead of having to storyboard it. Well, I mean, I guess I'm still going to storyboard it, but it would be easier to set the scenes up in 3D. It won't be in 3D though. We will be hand drawing everything. I'm just making references for those pages and characters so that way I can do the pages without having to really think too much because it's already set up. And I do want to learn how to do animation in 3D because I follow a lot of game development streams, and I want to kind of give that a shot too. And it also kind of plays into the what I play as well because there's a maybe a lot of RPGs in my franchise Fridays, and I was always interested in creating an RPG, even though I've only played a handful of them. But I can't really make an RPG without really knowing, how the genre treats, how the genre creates RPGs. So I have a lot of RPGs and franchise Fridays as a result, and it's also the least played genre that exists, I believe. Maybe visual novels is probably technically. I don't think I've ever played any visual novels to be honest, but I'm not going to count that because that's. I mean, I just I didn't grow up with visual novels. Okay, I grew up with platformers and sports games and RPGs, but I've only played like seven. Well, now eight RPGs. We beat Shadow Hearts recently, and we're moving on to Shadow Hearts Covenant. The thing I like about Shadow Hearts that I would like to add to my own RPG game are the monsters, okay? And now we have a combo system, which is something I was already considering putting in. So now with Covenant, we get to see how a combo system was done. It's not exactly it's you know how you have Chrono Cross had the limit breaks where you could kind of team up the limit breaks together, something like that, but with also normal attacks. They're doing normal attacks in Covenant as well as magic. It's not quite how I envisioned the combo system, but it's very interesting to see how it was done in the past. So definitely will be taking some inspiration from Shadow Hearts, and it might not be a full-on turn-based RPG per se that I start with. As far as game dev is concerned, I actually don't. I'm not really sure what. I have a couple of ideas. I'm not sure which one to lock in on first, but that's neither here nor there because we're a long way off from that. Right now, we're focusing on the web comic, and this is it right here. It is about some college students that stumble upon a black a black government black op project. It's like a world government, and they try to use it to save their terminally ill friend. That's pretty much the premise of the story. It's the beginning of a much larger, like, expanded universe that I created over the years, since I was a kid, I think. And the story is largely the same. It's just, I never really did anything with it, so I'm going to try to do something with it now. And one of the things that I wanted to start with, because I say about in around 2010, I was going to just do some animations in this universe that I've created, but I realized that my art skills were a little rusty at the time, because I think at that point I hadn't drawn in like 3 years. I haven't really did anything with my art skills, in that amount of time. So I went ahead and learned digital art, and kind of brushed up on my skills a little bit, and it kind of just kept going from there. And now we're in 3D. But originally, I always wanted to create a comic of some sort, and I did that as a hobby, but just not to this extent. So I figured that I should probably start with a comic first, and then learn how to do animation later. So that's the path that we're currently on. There was a an old animation. It was a tragedy, but it was starring Mario. It had Mario characters in it. It was a tragedy, like a classical tragedy with Mario characters, and that kind of put me on to making an animation, because my original story kind of had the same tone, but yeah, before that it was a comic, so I'm just doing a comic, and then I'm gonna try to move on to animation, and we'll see how far we can get with that. I actually have a couple of volumes planned for this, so I don't know exactly. I might try to do animation on the side. It's a very huge time sink, and it seems like we keep picking things that are nothing but time sinks. So I think I'm just gonna try to lock in on the comic book, and we'll just slowly learn animation as I go, and we'll see, you know, where that takes us. I think I've been doing a well, I mean, I could just draw the page. I don't really need reference. It's just I want the art to be as best as it can be, so I don't have to go back and do it. Because if you do a comic long enough, your art is naturally going to, well, typically your art will naturally improve. And so I noticed that some people who do their own comic online or whatever, they tend to go back and try to update their art. I don't want to do that at all. I want the art that I start with to be the look that it has. I'm not going to go back and update it. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's not something that I want. So I can look back and say, yeah, this was the best that I had at the time, and now it's different. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I really enjoy doing this medium. So I'm gonna keep doing it even without a webcomic. I know, I say, for this channel I had plans for, a variety of art, and all I've done so far, well, maybe one, besides one digital piece that I've done when I wasn't sure what the next step would be with this, and I had to learn it off stream a little bit. So I did some digital art streams, and I'm going to have to return to digital art for the sake of the channel, making things for the channel. And I'm already doing animation. Actually, it's for the channel as well. I do little animations that I can play on the channel, but I want to learn how to animate in Blender. That's the goal. But yeah, yeah, I do want to do different kinds of art eventually. Because this is very once I learn this workflow, I can see how fast we can get through one of these hopefully it'll be a little faster. I'm learning at the same time. There's some things that I need to brush up on, and some things that I've forgotten that I need to refresh my memory. So it takes a little longer sometimes. Sometimes I make a mistake and I can't go back and I gotta fix it before I can go on. Hopefully we can do a little better. I'm going, you know what I'm gonna do is so we're working our way up. We only have to do the straps. Oh no, I have to do these straps too. See, we're already forgetting things. I can't do the back yet, but I'm already started. So I'm just gonna finish this and then yeah, we'll work our way around that. I'll just do them both at the same time. Where was I? I don't even remember what was. I said, yeah, I forgot. I actually lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Um, I was saying that I want to do different types of art as well. Okay, and that will be much easier once we have our workflow solidified for 3D art. And obviously, I like I said, these little, when I was saying this last stream, this is my attempt at the smaller details like straps and buckles and whatnot. This isn't the final product, of course, but I think what I'm going to start doing, starting the next sculpt, is just creating a giant buckle and then just shrinking it down and placing it on. That would be probably the best way to improve doing little details like that going forward. Although I do really like how now this is different here. We have mirror on, right? But let me show you something really quick. We have mirror on, but obviously the belt is not mirrored. I like the way this turned out, by the way, but we're going to have to turn mirror off to complete the center of this belt. It's like a little belt hook. I think this is suitable. I don't think I need to really blow this up in the future and create it. And so I could, but sculpting this was actually pretty easy. But for things like the straps and the buckles, probably just gonna have to create a whole another mesh, a whole other mesh, and just tack it on there. These are supposed to be hooks, but I didn't, they're not fully fleshed out. And the only reason why I'm not gonna put, go back and put that much effort in. I'm gonna save it for the next sculpt, of course, but the only reason why I'm not fixing it now is because this is going to be used as a reference. I can just draw it in. I still have the real life references to go off of. But if I were making a game character, yeah, I would make everything perfect as perfect as I could get it. I'm only making these little minor shortcuts because I can just draw them in. But the gist of it is there, and I do want to to learn how to do those smaller details in practice, so that way when I'm actually working on a final project, I can do them without having to work things out during. So yes, starting next sculpt though, I'm going to do a better job at these finer details. That's going to be the goal for the next sculpt, is to do better finer details. That's really what we're doing every stream here, is just setting little minor goals, and basically it's the main goal is to make the last sculpt better, or the next sculpt better than the last. That's really all I have to do, to be honest. That's really all I have to do. And that is one way that I could improve upon this sculpt, is to just these finer details here, we're going to have to create them separately and then just merge them in the right spots. I think that's a reasonable addition. So we're just going to slowly make the improvements we need to make. And why is this not working? This is supposed. Okay, I don't know why I'm not creating another vertex here. It's not. It's acting like G, but I didn't press G. I pressed F. F should do this. Right, guys? This is what F is supposed to do. See, like that. Can't seem to. Oh, I understand. I get it now. see things like this, or these little things. I don't want to have to do this every single stream. We gotta get our workflow and our knowledge increased to the point where we can just flow through this as we would a drawing. Because I've been drawing for a very long time, so there's not a lot that I have to work out. And if there's something I do need to figure out, I can figure out right then. I think if my one self criticism is that I did not, traditionally I don't do a lot of backgrounds. And the backgrounds I did do, I would just straight paint them in so it looks blurry enough to where it's like the characters in focus. That's what I normally would do. But with the webcomic, that's not always going to be the best way to do it. The background is going to have to the background art, landscapes. I've done landscapes. I've painted landscapes in school, but though that type of thing, I haven't done since. So that's going to be something that I'm going to need to watch for to improve on. And just drawing things that I don't normally draw, like cars. I don't draw cars. I mostly draw people, but I mean I can draw a car. I don't think it's an issue, but I don't really draw cars like that. So I mean, my attempt at drawing a car, there's going to be some things to work out. I don't know why it's creating the thing here instead of where I want. Hey, Judicious, welcome to the stream. There's I found another set of well, I know we play on the Minecraft. Judicious created his own mod pack and a Builder's Delight. It's very fun. Um, we have a lot of I just found another set of basically accessories that I did not even know were in the pack. I found artifacts and what's the other one? There's another one. There's one with the relics that you can actually level up the relics. I was like, wow, this is crazy. I found some roller skates. I don't. Is that a new addition? Because those weren't spawning before. Normally, at least once a week, I try to hop on the server and play. That's what I did. What the day before yesterday, we were playing on Builder's Delight. Yeah, give Judicious and check out his channel. Give him a follow. If you like what he has. He plays a lot of survival games. He made his own mod pack. If you like Minecraft, I suggest you try out Builder's Delight 4. It's in beta though, and we're basically beta testing the pack and play testing it. But it's really fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy it in some ways more than all the mods, which is another one of my and probably the only other favorite mod pack that I have. I have two. I play on two basically, and it's been like that since I started playing modded Minecraft. All the mods and Builder's Delight. Now, I played Septech once, but that was more like all the mods to be than anything. It's very comparable to that. But yeah, check them out. Okay, now it's doing it right. Now, why didn't it do? Okay, I think I know what happened. Actually, I don't know what happened. It just for some reason, maybe it's because maybe the angle somehow change affects how it appears on there. I'm not sure. But what I do need to do is get rid of this. This may have been kind of messing me up there a little bit. Let's go ahead and delete that. Yeah, that's basically, what I want to do regarding the art that I am doing is just try to make the last one or the next one better than the last. And my overall goal is to get to 6 models completed this year, so that way I can start doing pages and we can have a little bit more variety in what we stream as far as art is concerned. We're getting there. We're getting there. Honestly, I could make that goal easily, if I just do nothing but draw, but that's sometimes that's not easy to do. Okay, I can't. Like it has to be like the conditions have to be perfect for me to do something like that. The last time I did that was like in 2021. I was just I don't know. I was bitten by the art bug, and I just could not stop drawing. I don't mind it, but I just have to, have to be in the right mindset to do that. I can complete all my art goals very easily if I could just tap into that one more time, just one more time. It hasn't happened since then, which is it's a little bit worrying. I'm not even sure what caused it in the first place, but it's just, I don't know. I don't know if it was inspiration or what, but and I'm not gonna try to force it. I think we're making adequate progress. Just doing it like this. I do draw almost every day. It's just I only stream it like 3 days a week. I might actually, one of because I have bonus streams on the weekend. That's considered bonus streams anyway. Lately, we've been playing Minecraft. Before that, Monster Hunter Wilds. But one day, one of these days, we're going to do an art stream on the weekend, and it's going to be when I have this workflow where I want it, and I'm just going to get up real early and then just start and see how far we can get a sculpt in one day. I think that would be very interesting to see how far we can get. So that will be a plan that we do for a future stream. I'm not sure when though. Actually, it could be done like right after this sculpt. To be honest. Hey, Tunas, welcome to the stream. We are making it's an LBE. Okay, this is for a model that I'm creating for a webcomic that I've already written. I've written an entire volume, and I'm designing the characters in 3D to use as reference later. So when I'm planning out the pages, it'll be a little bit easier to storyboard sort of, and then use as reference later. This is an LBE. This is a Vietnam War era load bearing equipment thing. So we put all your pouches and whatnot. It's for a character. It's a story about college students who find a secret government project and they try to use it to save their terminally ill friend. And the prologue of the story is set in 1972. It's not about really the Vietnam War. That's just the setting that one scene is in. And my first three characters, which I'm doing in order of appearance, are soldiers in that time period. And this is like the third of them. You can only see this here, but I've already done the body. I'm gonna show you the whole thing real quick here. As soon as I find the underwear. Okay, here we go. I'm not sure if Twitch is okay with that, so I made that just in case. And here's the shirt, which we still have to do. Pants, which are going to be next. Okay, I don't actually need the underwear. Boots, which I carried over from a previous sculpt. And of course, the body itself, which is already retopologized and smoothed out. This is one of the characters here. You're looking at both a high poly and low poly version. I'm going to go ahead and just have that match. Put the high poly on. This is the high poly version of the character. There's no hair yet. That's going to be the last step. Oh yeah, well, yeah, it seems that way, but that does not apply to everyone. But I just want to, I'm just playing it safe. But this is what we're doing here. Oh, where's the boots? Must have accidentally turned them off. But here, yeah, this is it. I just got to retopologize just the shirt and the pants, and then I can move on with texturing. Hey, studio, welcome to the stream. And once that's done, then I do the hair and then I rig it so we can pose it for the pages and whatnot. Hey, everyone, check out RTFX Studios stream. She does game dev primarily. Thank you, Tunas. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. I've been doing this for 3 years and I practice it almost every day. I'm traditionally a 2D artist. I like doing digital art mostly, but I've done traditional, I've done painting and all that stuff. But it's mostly just digital art these days, and I've been learning this for about the past 3 years, and this is where I'm at so far. So I appreciate it. It was a really shaky start, and we're still learning, trying to lock down the workflow. Yeah, I want to do game dev as well, so I definitely go into RTFX Studios stream, and it's a very decent learning experience. There's many different ways to get into it. Hopefully, we can incorporate what we've learned here in our project someday. I don't know when because I don't know how to animate in Blender, but I have tested my rigs in Unity, and they have built-in mocap animations, and the characters actually, when you rig them correctly, actually look good in them. So it's got me curious. It's got me really curious, and I do have some ideas. It's just, but RTX Studio has already made a couple of games, and yeah, it's a very interesting streams. Pixel art, mainly indie dev, and and a little bit of games too, right? Yeah, I think you like Dig Dug. Dig Dug's pretty funny, and every now and then some other games. I've seen Plants vs Zombies, Minecraft. I think have you streamed Minecraft Studio? I think that was you. I like doing 3D stuff. I think with what I have, I'm more comfortable with it as well than 2D. Yeah, it was it wasn't too hard to learn how to sculpt a human because that's primarily what I draw. But yeah, it's very. I really like it. I like this medium a lot. I'm still gonna do 2D, but my I really like 3D, and it's always nice to have another medium that you can slip into whenever you want. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. That's the whole thing, and I am retopologizing the equipment real quick. It's very lightweight, he doesn't have any canteens or grenades, but I can just draw those into the story. It's not like he's gonna use them anyway. Anyway, for animations, I really like using Mixamo. Oh, let me write that down because I want to check that out. I'm gonna learn how to do it in Blender, but any type of thing, I have so much stuff, and I actually do. I've done some animations for the stream. It's very simple animations. I got into it in the fourth grade, due to a cartoon that I probably should not have been watching. And then that week, our teachers showed us how to do flip books, and that pretty much ignited this spark in me. But I'm trying to learn. I'm going to try to learn that simultaneously. I'm working on a sculpt off stream that will perform perfectly under animation conditions. It has perfect well, it's the best retopology I could possibly do, and I'm going to learn how to do shape keys and things like that on it. And I already have some learning material that I can draw upon, and I'm going to try to learn Blender animation, simultaneously. But we'll see how that goes because it's a very time consuming process. Even the simple animation I made for this channel, my starting soon screen primarily, and the follow and sub animation, those are all animations by me. That took a really long time. I got in my be right back screen. That was probably the longest. It was like a 307, maybe 400 and something frame animation. That took a really long time to complete. But once you go into a mode, you can kind of knock it out. Imagine Adobe having something free for once. Oh yeah. I had Flash back in the day, but I realized that, because I was out of practice when I started learning Flash with my art. So I kind of gave it up and decided to focus on learning how to draw better. I was just practicing with stick figures though. But I was like, you know what? If I try to make an animation, it's not going to look very good. So let me just improve my art skill first. Well, we're going to definitely try to do some animations. Do you know about shape keys in Blender? No, no, but I want to learn it. I do have some tutorials. I see things on social media of people using how they're being used, where you can kind of, when you have a character move and their muscles flex. I was like, I want that in my characters. And of course, one of the games that I've played in the past, Street Fighter 6, it came out like a year or two ago. they have that too. You can actually see their muscles flex, and I already know how to do jiggle physics in Blender, but as far as flexing and the range, range of movement, shape keys are really good for that. It's apparently built in now. That's cool. All right, no problem, studio. Um, yeah. I want that. I want to learn how to do that. I want to learn how to do like to try to do like some amazing stuff. The only thing that I can't do, right, I don't have down, and this is what I'm going to work on my next um sculpt, is the smaller details like these buckles and straps here. They are a little too melted, but I already know how I'm gonna do them. I'm just gonna blow them up and do them, and then shrink them down and attach them like that. That's probably the easiest and best way to do it. Hey 99, welcome to the stream. There's another um we have another streamer here. Check him out. He is also an artist, and he does indie game streams, variety, and we do co-op streams at least once a week. Give him a follow. Yeah, he's a great artist too. He does 2D stuff mainly. He does animations. He has his own comic as well that he's working on. And also, we play on the same Minecraft server. Yeah, jiggle physics are important. Yes, that was actually, you know what? I ain't even gonna lie. That was one of the first things I learned how to do after creating a person. I was like, how do you do jiggle physics? And I did it. I was like, yeah, I want to learn how to do that as soon as possible, and I did. The only thing is, I want mine to be a little bit more realistic. I don't want it to be like super buoyant or whatever. But I know where to add them. It's not like super cartoony. But when I did do it, they were a little like they had a lot of bounce. So I was like, okay, let me just try to tone that down a little bit. But yeah, it's it's very interesting. It's very very. I just wish I have every single sculpt that I've created to date, except the very first one, which was basically just a sphere with a face carved into it. It didn't look. It looked like the Majora's Mask moon. It was very bad. I actually deleted that. I was so ashamed of it, but I should have kept it because that was my start point. But I have my second, third, and so on sculpt from that point forward. All right, here we go. I'm gonna try to take this around the side as we go up. I don't know why I started there though. We're still down here. We're not losing our train of thought. We're just kind of jumping around a little bit. We don't want to do that. My retopology is greatly improved. It's still some stuff that I need to work on, but I'm definitely happy with the progress I've made so far. It started off really shaky because I would just add loops and edges and whatnot, but yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad at all. For the body, not the clothing. I'm learning this as I go. I'm not really sure how to do the clothing. This is actually it's a little wonky, but it works. This isn't going to be animated. This is going to just be for a reference. So I'm not going to try to be a perfectionist, but that I will improve the next one. I had an idea for an art project in my dream last night. I might try it. Yeah, those are the best kinds of projects. Well, not the best kinds, but those are very interesting projects to have when you have an idea that you dreamed about. There's some elements in my the stories that I create for my art that came from dreams. Actually, it started from a dream, but they've become so normalized now in the story that I don't remember them all. I think I can point to like a couple of them and be like, yeah, I dreamed about this. That's why it's in this. And I like the idea at the time. You kind of have to stew on it a little bit, because it seems like a good idea even after right after you wake up. But when you think about it after a while, it's like you start to lose the understanding of why it was a good idea. It's almost like a subliminal message sometimes. But yeah, if it's still a good idea to you after thinking about it in your waking, your fully awake state, then I say go for it. the one thing that that I do is sometimes I dream about music pieces. I'm not a music man at all. I don't know anything about music. I don't even remember what I learned in school. But sometimes I dream of music and I'm like, wow, that's an interesting track. And I could probably, if I could remember how it went, maybe I can like put it in a game or something. But no matter how long I think about it, if the second I stop thinking about it, it's gone. I can't think about it anymore. I don't even know how it goes. And it's only with music. I cannot remember music that I dream about most of the time. Like 99% of the time, it leaves me. It's like it comes to me. It's like from the aether, something comes down and it's like there, and then you're connected with whatever it's giving you this, and then after a while it just fades. So if I don't get up and write, like if I knew music, I would write it immediately write it down immediately and record it, or even just a tape recorder, maybe hum it. I don't know if that will help me remember, but that I would have to do that in order to remember music because it doesn't stay with me for long. I give one thing for furries. Their code actually plug and play. They made an add-on for Unity for Jiggle Physics, which just worked, which is a rarity in Unity. Oh, really? And you said it was a furries did this? I did. I started using Spring Bones, and I now have Jiggle Maker. I don't know anything about Jiggle Maker, but I can make Spring Bones work. It works on a. Hey, little bass guy, welcome to the stream, and thank you for lurking. While the stripper name in college. Yeah, everybody give low bass guy. He is an artist. He has built a community of artists um from the web creative community. I'm doing great, low bass guy. How you doing? It's photographers, 3D artists, regular artists. Well, not regular, but artists of all kinds. Music, uh, traditional, 3D printing, all that stuff. Based on the GitHub page, I think it was easy to guess. I didn't. I don't. Which one is it, Tunas? I might take a look at it. If it's just plug and play, I'm not averse to learning plug and play. We're not learning, but using plug and play stuff. Man, give Low Basic Guy a follow. He does a lot of photography in nature, animals, insects, things like that. And he's sometimes he does software development. There's a lot of bots. He made a translator bot, which seems to work very well. Chat bots. Um, I think those are the only two that I know of personally. I'm not sure if anything else is written, but yeah, check that out. I don't know a lot about photography or programming, but if I do want to learn how to make a game one day, so programming will probably be the one thing that I do go, slowly into. And of course, a lot of people cite photography is something that could help you improve in your art. So maybe one day. But until then, uh check out Low Base Guy. He does that stuff. He's very good at it. There's a lot of overlap. We were talking about specular maps the other day. I actually do, or specular edits. I use specular maps in my thing here, model here. Photography helps with composition. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I only know rule of thirds, but I'm not even sure if I do that right. To be honest, I'm not a master at it by any means. Most of the things that I've drawn and posted online were characters of some kind, and they're always at the center, and it's kind of hard, you know, making every third, you know, yeah, chatbot, yeah, yeah. He created an OC, and the OC talks in the chat, and you can ask it questions and stuff. It's very interesting. Let's see here. Yeah, that's definitely something I'm going to have to learn for my comic because I got to learn how to do the panels and or put the panel placement and where to place the letters, and like I want to try to make this as the best possible comic that I can make. Okay, I just want to see how far I can take this with what I have learned over the years. I've never put this much effort into a comic. Back in the day when I was a kid, I would just fold some papers together and just make a story up on the spot. And my little expanded universe, the Ace expanded universe, kind of spawned from that. But and you'll hopefully, with any luck, you'll be able to see it in some form. It is largely the same story, but um, it's it's not to this extent. You know, we're going to try to make it make sense. You know, we're approaching it with an adult mind this time, and you know, it's trying to refine it and not make it as crazy or edgy as it was, but it's the same story. You know, there's really no change, to be honest. There's just some minor things that need to be adjusted. I try for thirds or focal points via palette. Yeah, color theory is another thing that it's, I mean, it's a theory, but it's something that I really tried to incorporate in my art, but I have no idea if if it's something that I've done right or wrong. I just know that um, indigo shadows don't always work. That's the one thing that I've learned. That was one thing that I've done a lot over the years. I don't know, lots of changes that can't exist anymore. I know lots of changes. Oh, you do? Do you? Nah. We're not. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be to to an extent where it's a completely different story. I'm gonna try to keep it as faithful to this because I think it has some merit. So I'm gonna try to keep it. But yeah, it's nothing super. Oh, I have to change this core. That's not me. That was Juan's character. The GitHub page literally called Unity Jiggle Fizz. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna. I'm going to try to learn Unreal. I'm not really sure if Unity Jiggle Fixes will work in anywhere else, or maybe even in Godot. But um, yeah, I mean, if I can have it work in Blender or anywhere other than Unity, I'll give that a shot. It's another thing I'm going to write down, as a matter of fact, just to see if let's see, Unity Jiggle Physics. That's really easy to remember, but sometimes when the stream ends, I work on other things and I forget, or well, later on in the day anyway, or at night. Try to do art, once in the morning and then once in the evening. Dread versus Core. Well, that was a crossover. Yeah, Core doesn't exist in my universe. That was Juan's character, okay? And I didn't even start that. I'm not the one who goes around saying my character is better. Well, okay, let me take that back. And when I was a kid, I did do that, but I don't remember being the initiator of that. I think Juan or somebody other than Juan asked whose character was stronger, and then that kind of started it. But I don't really go off of the bat saying, yeah, my character can kill that character. I would just say, yeah, my character would have done this. That's what I would have said. But that's still not as good, I believe he uses okay, yeah, C code to remove the bones or something like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out. Yeah, you're right, 99. Yes, that is one thing that can't exist. I don't want to use anyone else's works in my work, so yeah, that can't exist. But I'm saying the story that I created is more or less intact. Okay, there's only very minor things that I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. That's not something that a hero of the story would do, or you're not gonna root for this guy if he does this, things like that, And it's not anything like offensive. It's just it doesn't make any sense, when you really think about it. You'll see because I'll explain it. Well, you might see. Hopefully, my goal is to to be explaining these things on stream as I'm creating. So we'll get to it with any luck. I remember all the pretty much almost everything that I created regarding this story. So I can easily tell you where I'm coming from when certain things are on the screen and what my thought process was. I don't know why I did this. Let me dissolve that. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see where this takes us. We'll see how far we can get with this. What kind of thing that we can or kind of projects we can create in Blender. I definitely want to try game dev though. I just don't know when I'm going to actually start it. It's going to do one step at a time. We're going to learn animation next. Going to see how our retopology performs in the animation space because I'm not sure. I mean, I didn't notice anything when I tested them in Unity, but that was just the body. It was a naked body that I tested. I didn't test anything with clothing. But I don't think it'll be bad. I mean, I did edge loops. I mean, I know where to place the edge loops. I know what should and should not deform. I think that's really all you really need to worry about. But like I said, I don't have any experience in this field animating in Blender, so I'm going to have to test all this stuff out myself, see what happens. Okay, I'm gonna go around this here. I want to keep these details in because we're going to be working on them later. So I want to make sure that nothing gets too deformed. So what I do is we do once we UV unwrap everything and yeah, UV unwrap everything and we'll put the details in the secondary, the tertiary, and the micro details in, and that's when hopefully we can make this stuff look better, or at least look more, accurate to what I'm going for. And I want and if I just put if I just retopologize over them without following the form at all, you kind of lose those details, and I'm gonna have to redo them. Now I really don't want to have to redo them. I did not learn the best way to do retopology, with clothing details. Bodies are easy, but this I'm not really sure how to do it. I'm just following what I've learned on a body, to be honest with you. This looks so weird from this angle. I'm not sure if I should try to make the retop. I would have to make it really small to make it go around. I'm not really sure. I think I can just fill this in and then hopefully the details will hold. Let's see. Best way to do it would be to look on this side here. Now we should probably do a better job than that. I can't really see the form that I made underneath of it, so better back up some. I know how that goes because I've done this before. I've done this on my first sculpt. On the bottom of the boots, I textured all the grips, and then when I retopologized it, I didn't follow any of that detail. I kind of just went over it, and it slowly melts over time. I didn't do it once; I did it twice, so those details had to be completely redone with an alpha, which didn't really match the boot. For about the first 3 hours of the day, the sun shines directly through my office window into my face, and facilities will not give me a curtain. Ordinarily, I have a hat that I wear, but my head got sunburned because I forgot my hat when I was shooting on Sunday. So now I can't wear my hat this morning. So I'm just sitting here with the sun in my face. Oh man, yeah, that sucks. I've been sunburned before. I was working a football game and I didn't wear anything, and and I had I had my head shaved, and my skin was peeling for a couple of days from my forehead all the way up. That was that was not pleasant. Is there anything you can put on it to just to relieve the pain? I um I used oil. I made a mixture of lavender, jojoba, coconut oil, and there's another oil that I'm forgetting. But I put that on my head, just a light coat. Probably can do without the lavender. I just did that, so it wouldn't have a weird smell mixing all the. Oh, and dang, I almost had it. Starts with a C, but anyways, yeah, I just did it so it would have a scent of some kind. But um, that seemed to have helped because all those are good for your skin. I still have to learn how to UV map correctly. That's the next step. Till then, smart UV project, my beloved. Yeah, I originally learned how to do the to do on a ZBrush to sculpt in ZBrush, and then I switched to Blender because I didn't want to pay a subscription, so I had to relearn a lot of stuff. And one of the things is retopology. I was just using Z remesh, and it does a pretty good job. Besides the eyelids, kind of get a little deformed, but everything else is fine. And it's much faster. It automatically unwraps it for you and everything. I got very used to that, but now I'm playing catch up, so that's kind of my productivity with my comic kind of took a hit because I switched to Blender, but I prefer Blender now. I do miss ZBrush still. I think I would still sculpt if I still had ZBrush, if I had just went and bought the license when I had the chance, because I don't want to go through a third party seller now because it's going to be more than it's worth. For ZBrush, I think 2022 was the last one that had a license. I would still sculpt in ZBrush for the detail and just not Z remesh it and try to bring it over to Blender and then retopologize it from there. That's me every summer. Oh wait, I still have, okay, yeah. That's me every summer. It sucks. Not really because I do actually have some hair up there, believe it or not, and anything I could put on it just makes an ugly mess of it. You would be surprised to know that everything I just named is actually good for hair because I just have a bald spot in the back. It doesn't look like it. Sometimes it looks like I have like a skullet, but my hair is still there. It's just ever since I was a kid, my sides always grew more than the top for some reason. People used to say that I had an inverted box if I grew my hair out. So, but yeah, I actually have hair here. It's just a little bald in the back, and I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna go to the barber shop, with a bald spot. So I just started shaving it. But my hair is still there. I just don't let it grow out most of the time. So I don't know. Sometimes you could see it easier, but I just shaved it, and but I mean, on camera sometimes I can tell, like you can still see the like there's just a twinge darker there, you know. But if I let it grow out, it looks like I look like George Jefferson or who has Uncle Phil. I don't know who has the thing around, just the top gone and then just the side hairs on the sides. Yeah, waiting it out that works too, but you got to lay your head on the pillow, so um I don't know how bad that hurts. For me, it wasn't too bad. I just washed the oil out off and moisturized it, and then laid it down. It was mostly the top anyway. Just the top. It wasn't really the back. We were out there, and it was a heat wave during this time. I think this was like 2 years ago. It was a heat wave for like 2 days, and yeah, I didn't wear any cover. And then after the fact, then they gave us the little sun hats after that, which I still have. That was the only time I ever got sunburn though. I've been in a lot of, heats, deserts, okay? And that was the one. Well, I had hair. I had my hair grown out then, so my hair was kind of the protection, but um yeah, that was the first time that ever happened. I think it was because I was bald that it happened. I was shaving it. It's not bad. The side of my head isn't burnt that bad. Yeah, it's usually just the top, right? Yeah. And maybe a little bit of the forehead. I was basically just facing the sun the entire time, but it wasn't my face. It was just, just the top, very sensitive up here. You only have a very thin layer of skin, right. This is skin and then cranium basically. So now I want to redo this because that's what I was doing before. I want to see. I'm gonna delete that. We're going to have to try a little harder with this detail. Yeah, that's what I'm. I'm going to just do it because my next character has a lot of equipment on him. Okay, he's one of the characters that has a lot of action scenes. So we're going into I'm going to because I did this with Garment Tool. The clothing, the shirts, and the pants and the shirts I did with Garment Tool, and that's like the closest thing to Marvelous Designer that I have, which is another subscription model, unfortunately, that I don't want to pay. So, but I'm going to make the clothes myself, by hand for the next character, and depending on uh how that workflow is, I might just do that going forward from then on and just not use Garment Tool anymore. I like Garment Tool. It's just um it's not sometimes it kind of slows me down because I kind of have to play with it, especially with the pants. I like it because it naturally creates the folds during the cloth simulation, but I'm not adverse to sculpting that myself, so it might actually be faster if I do it manually. Is what I'm trying to say. Cocoa butter might work too. That's supposed to heal your skin. I had a scar that I got working retail about. It's like right here. I headbutted a washing machine. Now you're wondering how the hell did you headbutt a washing machine? It wasn't my fault. Okay, I was doing a job that I should not have been doing basically, because someone else was injured. But I would always volunteer for the job, and I had to pull a washing machine off a truck. They parked on a hill, so in moving the washing machine back to the edge, the door was slowly sliding down. So when I jerked back, I hit the door, and that made me go forward, and I headbutted the washing machine, and it was like it left a scar. It was still very faint, but basically, cocoa butter actually made it fade a lot. It was a very noticeable scar, and you can't even really see it anymore because normally instead of just regular lotion, I would put cocoa butter on it, and it should be like right here. It was like a part in my eyebrow for a while, but it's gone now. Yeah, it's a tough bit. I actually got Marvel's Designer before it was a subscription, but doesn't work as well now with updates to other things. And as much as I'd love to learn some of this stuff, I just can't afford it. I hate that every tool I want requires me to have someday standing in line with their handout every month. Yeah, it's these are not cheap subscriptions. They're like $60 a month. Like I would have to be in the industry to pay for that. I'm not in the industry. I'm just doing this for for just to learn it, for fun as a hobby, to just do my own projects. You have a lot of people who are very talented, and they're like, you can zoom into their stuff and see the metals, the scratches, and everything, and they're still trying to get into the industry. They're doing way better stuff than this, and they're paying God knows how much per month for that. It's 60 for this, 60 for um what ZBrush, things like Nuke, the Foundry Nuke. That's like 10,000 for a license. It's like, and that's the type of program that you would see a Game of Thrones dragon or something rendered in. It's these programs aren't cheap, and you can't really go the other way with them because they have ways of finding out if you paid or not. That washing machine was never the same. That stunned me for a second because you get hit in the back and then you get hit in the front, and it's like, I was just like, that made me stop. I was like, wow. I was like, yes, okay, yes. You don't headbutt with your. This is very easy to cut. That's why this is the first things you see, like in a boxing match, bleed. This area right here will bleed easily, and that's exactly what happened. At first it was just pain, and then when I took my hand, you know, the other person that was with me, he was like, "Oh man, you're bleeding." And I was like, "Huh?" And I looked, and I was like, "Wow!" And it was open and everything. Um, Probably could have used stitches, but um, I didn't. I didn't use stitches. That's probably why there was a scar for a while. But Cocoa butter actually helped with that. You don't really see it at all, but it's there. It's very faint, but it's there. The subscription BS is annoying. Yeah, I would buy Photoshop to use that, but monthly pay, frick that. I'd rather suffer with GIMP. Yeah, yeah, but Photoshop is it's not cheap either. Even some like Flash, which is now like defunct, but that was like 800 bucks. I wish I had bought ZBrush back then. That would have been nice instead of Adobe Flash. That would have been a much better. I wasn't really interested in 3D design back then. This is like around 2010 when I had originally was just going to go straight into learning animation, and then I was like, you know what? Let me just work on my drawing skill for a while. So I did that. The thing is, I'm not against subscriptions per se. In some cases, I'm happy to subscribe in order to constantly be up on the newest product. What I hate is not having the option. Yeah, it's not even, yeah, like you said, it's not about the subscription, but those are going to add up. Those 60, you paying 120 to do a character and some clothes potentially, right? For funsies, I'm paying $120 for funsies. I'm not, like I said, I'm it's not feasible for me because I'm not in the industry, so I am not willing um to pay that. Definitely not. Even if I was in the industry, it's like that's not the way I would do it anyway because of I like keeping track of how much I'm spending, and you'd be surprised how much you save just by doing that. That's why I don't really have any streaming services anymore because I was paying like 70 to $90 on stuff that I wasn't even watching because I'm too busy drawing. But what I like to have is to have the option to subscribe and get constant updates. And if I ever can't afford my subscription, or if I don't want to subscribe anymore, I just stop getting updates after a certain period, but keep what I have and be able to use it. Some people do that. Um, what was it called? It's a UK based program where you can buy a license and then you get updates up to a certain point, and then you just stop getting the updates, and then you can pay a sub to get the newest updates for a certain amount of time until that expires. So that you could if you really wanted to do that, but I mean Blender's free, so I mean the only thing you would have to pay is for like some add-on that somebody made that you wouldn't normally find in vanilla Blender. Yeah, they are very few far in between, low base guy. Yeah, definitely. It was called what was it called? It was called it wasn't Character Creator, was it? No, it was the other one that I keep forgetting. I was considering getting it too, but I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna stick with Blender because Blender has everything that I want. So there's gonna be some ads. I'm sorry about that. Twitch added them and they're gonna last for 3 minutes. So here they go, okay? I think we update to create six. Okay, cool. And if I don't know if anyone can still, I know at least one of you can still hear me, but I'm going to wait just a little bit for these ads to go. Um, so I won't be saying. Oh, actually, you know what? It's fine. I'll just repeat what I say again. I'm not a fan of repeating myself on stream because I feel like I do that already. But um, yeah, just to catch everyone up. If anything was said, if they want to keep a hold, then you'll keep track of. I can just repeat it for you. Create six. I haven't really been keeping up with what they're adding in these updates. I did miss the blue XP. That was something that was completely blindsided by when I was playing in my all the mods world. Do we have that? Is that in Create Six? You need that for some kind of enchanting process that's different from the typical enchanting. That's all I know about it. In my Death Egg version, I don't know what version is it anymore. I think I've built a Death Egg at least once every version. So what I'm going to call it is since I'm on all the mods 9, I'm just going to call it the Death Egg version 9. Okay. in my Death Egg version 9, I made a system for creating the blue XP. I forget what it's called. I think it's called like Ultra XP or something like that. I could be just mixing that up with Ultra Spice from Doom, but I have a way of making it, but I don't know how to use it yet. So I'm not really sure what it does. We may lose the train mid. Oh, that's well, that sucks. That's okay though. We have minecart still, so that's not so bad. Wasn't there a mod that was separate from Create that had trains that we used to have? CoRail or something? Is that hasn't been updated? That's one of the ones that's fallen by the wayside. We may lose the train mod. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but none of us have trains anyway. I've just been collecting the parts just in case. If you know, I do want to have some kind of travel system through Ballervania. I was going to use those trains, but I can easily just use mine carts. That's not a big deal. Oh, okay, no problem. What were the extras, by the way? I don't because it's kind of hard to differentiate which ones was the vanilla and which ones was the mod. Yeah, yeah. Now that you mention it, I do remember something like a train add-on. I hope at least you got anything from ads. You block failed me this time. Damn you, Twitch. I'm sorry about that, Tunas. I was under the impression that you had to apply for affiliate. I made it recently to affiliate, and it starts everything automatically. You're automatically an affiliate. They automatically start doing the ads, and they automatically set goals and stuff for you, which I actually figured out how to take off because I don't really care about the goals, to be honest. I mean, if people want to follow and subscribe, I'll just leave it up to them. But the ads, I can only control the length, and instead of having every because I do a lot of explaining when I do art streams, so instead of having that broken up a billion times, I just went for the 3 minutes and then 1 hour of nothing. And even that doesn't even work properly. Sometimes when I start the stream, it goes right into an ad for 3 minutes at the start, and I'm sure that turns a lot of people off. But there's nothing I can do. I'm sorry about that. Okay, if you have a way of defeating the ads, go for it. Okay, I don't mind at all. This is more of I'm documenting the progress of my art. I appreciate everybody who comes in, but I'm going to keep going regardless of growth or not. I, I this is a project that I'm really invested in, and I guess I'm documenting that progress in a way. You're not automatically an affiliate. You can choose not to accept the invite. No, yes, something definitely has changed because I did not. They said they literally sent me an email that said, "Hey, you're an affiliate now." I'm like, "Oh, all right, cool." I thought I had to apply for that, but apparently the application is for if you don't meet all the requirements. But because I looked into this after the fact, if you don't meet all the requirements, you can apply for affiliate then, and then like I say, like if you're someone who has a following on a different platform, you can actually circumvent the whole process. Apparently, I didn't know that. But yeah, that's what happened to me. I didn't apply for anything. They literally just said, "Hey, you're an affiliate now. Congratulations." Because I did see the thing. They said, "Yeah, you can. Yeah, once you meet these requirements, you can hit apply." I'm like, "Oh, all right, cool." And then next thing I know, they're like, "Hey, you're in a yeah, yeah, congratulations." And I'm pretty sure the changes that they were making to the system haven't happened yet. So I'm assuming that it's been like this for some time, at least before I started streaming regularly. Yeah, ads easily want to make me stop using the site. When ad block didn't work on YouTube, I just didn't watch YouTube that day. Yeah, they do get annoying. I'm sorry for that. It's I don't even I just set the length and it's forgotten. I'm not looking to make any money from this. This is just for fun. I don't. I mean, it'd be cool, if there was a big community that supported me, but it's not the goal. I'm just doing this, and yes, I do put efforts into I mean it is something that I want to do is like put more effort into the stream, but because that allows people to they look around, hey man, okay, watch. It's not. I'm a little behind on that, but it's not for to make money. I don't expect that at all. You never had to apply for it. The way it used to work was once you made the requirements, they sent you an email telling you you made affiliate and prompting you to complete the affiliate onboarding. If you choose not to complete the affiliate onboarding, you are not an affiliate. Oh, really? Huh. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I look up and it says affiliate. I don't know. They tell you to do the tax stuff, and just to make the windows go away. I did that, but I mean, I don't know. And they are listening because it advertised me some skincare products. Did you fill out? Yes, I did actually, low base guy. I was told to, so I did it. And by a person, my one of my friends said, yeah, just do that. Just make sure you do that. And I said, okay, I did it. I didn't know if that was gonna, cause a problem, just in case there is, because I'm sure somewhere on the site, from the ads, there's, whatever amount from the ads. I didn't check. I don't know actually. Is being accrued, and I figured, they would just send you a tax form, even if you didn't claim the money, right? If you had not done that, you would not have been an affiliate. Oh, okay. Well, whoops. I didn't know that. I didn't want them. I didn't want I didn't want the IRS to be like, "Hey, you owe this because you had this." I don't I mean, you still have to file it. You didn't file your taxes for this, so I didn't want that to become a problem because I know somebody who had problems with Twitch because of that. So that's the only reason why I did that. So it wouldn't be a problem for me down the line because oh yeah, you made this and you didn't file it. Now you owe this or what? I don't want to deal with that. So yes, I filled it out. But that's only because I didn't know how the site worked. So there it is. Oh, that would never happen because if you don't fill out the tax form, Twitch will not give you any money. Okay, well, live and learn, I guess. It's not cat's out of the box now. But yeah, we're still firmly within the hobby portion for the stream. I enjoy doing it though, so I'm gonna keep doing it. Oh, not necessarily. You can actually give up your affiliate status if you want to. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I could put the cat back in the box. I could put the toothpaste back in the tube. I might think about doing that. I don't know. I don't really care either way, to be honest. All right, so let me just go on it. We're going to. This is how I'm going to do the buckle like this. Okay, and I think I'm going to dissolve these, so this is all one thing, and probably the same thing for. Well, let's see. Well, maybe we can leave these horizontal ones and dissolve the vertical ones. We'll see. Like I said, I'm not an expert at doing retopology on clothing. I'm learning this as I go because the clothing is always going to be different. Beside this is the last character that dresses like this. Everyone else is going to have a completely different set of clothing. Personally, I think there are more advantages to being affiliate than disadvantages. As annoying as the ads are, having the ability to do channel point redemptions and emotes are things that viewers really enjoy and make the stream more engaging. Yeah, you got a point there. And I always did see myself having my own emote. So I guess, and now that I'm here, I just got to draw them. I have some ideas. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you're right. I just got to set some time aside to make the emotes themselves. That's all. And the channel pointed redemptions, I actually did have an idea for that, and that was just I'm gonna set up a channel point redemption to show off my old art that I drew, back in the day. I have most of my stuff from maybe about halfway through high school till to my digital art transition till now. Okay, I didn't really delete it. I lost most of the stuff before the first half of my high school. I think maybe 99 actually might have a couple of pieces of mine from before. Those are the only ones that exist though. Everything else, when I left town, a lot of my art disappeared, and somehow half of it ended up over my sister's house, and that is the half that I have right here. Um, if you don't get subs or bit donations, yeah, it's still a neat thing for viewers. Yeah, I got to work on that. Like I said, I do want to put some effort into the stream, you know, but um, yeah, that's all. I just have to set that time aside. Uh, let me see here. Okay, yeah. Now this is what I want here. I want to keep this form, and we can look at it from this side here. Now you can see that there's a buckle there. I still need emotes, and I still want to coordinate with you, Studio, Pender, and Rem. Oh yeah. No problem. Um, you know what I was going to do. I well, I'm not gonna. It'll be a well, I don't know. If I say anything about it, it won't be a surprise anymore. But I was gonna gift an emote. Um, getting some money from Twitch is not a bad thing. Oh yeah, of course not. I'm not gonna to try to pretend that being on Twitch for a living is a bad thing. It's not. It would be cool to be able to do that, but there's also I would like to remain in reality until that actually happens. um, let's see. Yeah, yeah. I can't wait to get to the next sculpt because things like this, I'm really um interested in trying to improve upon. I could do it now, but I don't want to, spend all the time in the world on this. I know what I need to improve, so we're going to just do it on the next sculpt. Let's see here. Trust me, it's very unlikely that you will make a living streaming. Most career streamers were popular before they started streaming or gained popularity outside of Twitch. Yeah, I know. I don't even think about it to be honest. I mean, I just do what I do, and and go on living. Um, yeah, we're these smaller details. I'm definitely going to start making larger versions than just putting them on. That's the best way to do it. We don't really have to try to fit them in a small mesh area here that can easily be deformed because of its size. We're gonna figure it out. And like I said, I think I've mentioned this before, but the next character was very fun to write because he has a lot of action scenes, and he's like the tough guy, So it would be really nice to lock in his design once and for all. I actually did before I started doing this. I did draw most of my characters. I had about half of them. I think my count is about 53 characters, and not all of them actually require meshes. To be honest with you, some of them are very side or background characters. But I had gotten to like 23 of them drawing. It's just when I draw a character multiple times, I naturally try to make them better than the last time, and you kind of need consistency in a comic, right? So that's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to try sculpting my characters so they have a consistent design. There's only a few people like maybe like if you have a character that always changes their looks all the time, I think that will be fine to be a little inconsistent with the design, but you still want to be able to recognize the character at the end of the day. So but yeah, I mean, I'm like I said, this is like partly for learning and for fun too, because I actually don't need to go this far to do a comic. I can actually draw a comic anytime I want. I'm just, I'm just I'm essentially I'm also learning a new medium. So there it is. I don't really need references to draw. It's probably could be a lot of fun drawing without reference because, but like I said, I don't want to look at it and be like, yeah, I could do better than this, and then I go back and try to update the art when the comic is done. It sounds really doofy when I put it this way, but one of the illustrations I give to streamers who think they're going to make serious bank once they make affiliate is I've been streaming for 8.5 years, have nearly 1,200 followers, average 10 to 15 people per stream, and frequently peak at 30. With all of that, I don't even get gas money. I'm lucky if I clear 200 to 300 a year on Twitch. Yeah. I know how hard it is. Trust me. Um, I have no reservations. I have no expectations for this. This is purely for fun, and actually enjoy doing it. So I mean, if it were um to happen, I wouldn't mind because I enjoy streaming. But the more like I find that the more effort I put into the stream, the harder it becomes. So it starts to actually become a job after a while. And it's already kind of more work for what I'm getting out of it, which is basically just my own satisfaction. I got to do some minor editing. I've done 300 400 frame animations. I already want to update my offline screen. I kind of want to do a better job. I want to do it's going to be the same offline screen, but I just want to draw it better because I kind of rushed that just because I just wanted something there. So I'm already thinking about redrawing some of my art. Oh yeah, the burnout potential is real. Yeah, I don't want to burn out. I haven't burned out yet. I had to take a couple months off because of real life issues, but I wasn't burned out. I wanted to stream, I just couldn't. I wasn't able to stream. If someone's character design constantly changing, he's probably an AI artist. I can name one real artist that does that. Ashley Wood does not he does not have a consistent art style, and he's done the digital graphic novel for Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2. I think he has some art books of his own. I don't know. I like his art honestly. He did the art for Peace Walker, I think, and Portable Ops as well, the games on PSP. Um, but yes, nowadays that is a concern. So we want to remain consistent. AI, I'd rather not be associated with the stigma of that. I can have a discussion about it. I can, people. I don't really have a problem with people who do use it, to be honest. But you just got to know this is what's going to happen if people know that you use AI. And if you can accept that, go for it. But I do most of my art when I'm drawing it on stream, so you'll know right away, and people can tell anyway. It's really easy to point out AI is more than A, is more A than I. That is for sure. You don't like it, huh? uh, yeah, I'm not really I'm not really. It doesn't anger me. It doesn't fill me with the vitriol that I see about it. But um, it is. Did you hear about? Wait, did you hear about vibe coders? No, I don't know what that is actually. I frequently use AI in my art, especially in backgrounds, and I don't think it takes away from what I do. And I guarantee, in many cases, you couldn't tell if I didn't tell you because I'm really good at lighting and compositing. However, nothing I do is a secret. Yeah, I mean, I've always had an interest in learning how to create a lot of the things that AI could just do. And it is. I mean, even in itself, it's not something that you can just it's something that takes effort to get what you want out of it. So I mean, I don't know, it could be the future. Maybe it's not, maybe it's a fad, maybe I don't know. I actually don't know where we're headed with when it comes to AI. But um yeah, like I will never sit there and say I drew something by hand if I use AI to generate it. I'm trying. I guess like when it comes to AI art, I think if you wanted to visualize an idea, I mean, all the ethical concerns aside, I mean, I get it. I know that it basically just it absorbs pretty much any kind of from existing art. It absorbs a lot from existing art, but um I think for just visualizing a concept, like if you're someone who has trouble, with with imagination, you wanted to visualize something and then just make a design. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to to navigate that minefield because, like I said, you have to cut out the moral and ethical concerns out of it, from the start. But if you're trying to make a concept, I think it's great for that. Vibe coders are people use AI to code without knowing anything about programming. They just lean into the vibes to code. Oh, well, I mean, how can you tell if something works if you do it that way? I think people who use AI to code, they need some kind of coding experience, don't they? So you can, you kind of have to check the work of the AI, don't you? You can't just plug in an AI code and it works because I know that doesn't work. People say that that does not work. That AI gets very simple things wrong when it comes to coding. Yeah, like it's very simple questions wrong that you can Google, right? I mean, assuming that you didn't pay for the extra all the extra stuff, right? I don't care if it works. Oh, okay, well, all right then. But that's not the point. The point is like if you're vibe coding, like I don't know if that would actually be a thing that you could actually make something from because the AI can get something wrong. I'm just concerned. As someone who uses AI to code, I can tell you you cannot simply ask AI to code something. You have to understand the process, the logic, and how it works. I learned a lot of hard lessons. What I love is that AI did not build the applications for me. It taught me how to build them for myself while doing the heavy lifting. Yeah, what I've personally seen with AI art is more along the lines of that. Like you have to tell it, to get something really accurate, you have to give it so much information that I feel like it's not, I mean, in my opinion, that maybe it's not even worth it. If you can guide it that much, then you might as well just do it yourself, right? But that what you said, low base guy, is what I keep hearing. It's like it's not something that you can just tell the AI to code it and it'll work. There's a lot of things that, like I said, it gets wrong, and you have to kind of guide it to the correct solution. You know, they say it can do really simple things, but you have to guide you even then you have to guide it. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a coder by any means. I've adjusted some configuration files at the most. I made some Luas for a video game, but I am not a coder. Not yet, anyway. I do want to learn how to do programming, and I have learning material to help me through that already. From Humble Bundle, they always give out all kinds of learning material for anything that you want, and it's a this is not a Humble Bundle ad, by the way, but I'm just saying this is where I got a lot of that stuff from. They send me stuff every month for that. At the end of the day, the true talent of AI is data processing. It just processes data as given. This is why it works best as a tool in the hands of someone who already knows what they're doing. It's a bit like being a project lead or a manager. If you don't understand the project, you will be a shit boss and you will not get what you want from your employees. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to add to that because I'm not a coder at all. I just know what people say, and people say a lot. I mean, you are pretty much for it, right? So it's and of course, you're saying what I already knew about it because I feel like it's the same way with art. When when this stuff hit the streets, this all this AI art and people were up in arms about it. I learned everything that I could about it, how it worked, how it looked, like and that in itself was interesting. That rabbit hole. And but when I came to the same conclusion as you did, low base guy, I realized that at least for art, that it's just I would rather just do the art myself. But who knows? Maybe one day it'll be accepted. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, and it'll be just another tool to use. I know there's a lot of people who um who were against photography. Artists were against photography at one point in Photoshop, and now those are just tools. So I don't know. Maybe AI will become the same thing one day. I don't know. If you know the logic behind it, then it's all fine and dandy. I'm just concerned from people using it who doesn't know. And oh, okay, well, yeah, you're saying basically like a like a Pandora's box type. I mean, I think we're already there, right? Somebody did create the ability to for an AI to make art, and it worked. That already happened. If you really think about it, Tunas, the box has been opened. The cat's been out of it for a while now. Now that we know it's here, it's already affected people in so many ways. There's a lot of people who are for it, of course, and then there's a lot of people who are against it, and that's something that's always going to be right. But the one thing that I don't like is when people who have nothing to do with AI are suddenly being put in one camp, or the other. I see a lot of artists get burned because somebody said without proof, without even the expertise to find out if it was AI art or not, that this person is using AI, and they're on their whatever it is, their the reputation, their standing in social media just goes down because people got the pitchforks in their hand. They're just just like you know, and good artists too. There's a lot of people who just say, "Hey, I think that's AI," with nothing, literally nothing. That's what I don't like. I don't like that at all. That's probably well, I don't know. I'm not gonna say. Like I said, I'm not. I haven't posted my art in a long time, and I'm not even sure if I would end up just another artist who has a model or a Laura made out of them, out of their work. I could rip the band-aid off and just make a lore of my own art and just not even worry about it after that. It's like, hey, I made the lore, I made the model, so go have at it, But I think, hey, welcome back, 99, and welcome back, studio. Sorry about that. Um, Art expression and journey making it has more value to me than AI. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the making of it is, and some people are that's why they're against it, right? It's just it doesn't, like they say, that it doesn't have that the soul or the thought process behind it. It just takes what it learned from other people's art and applies it without there's no meaning behind it, right? Which if that's the camp if that's what you subscribe to, I guess that's valid, right? Like if an AI made this, if an AI made my story, it would just be making a story that's like my story, but it doesn't have the experiences, doesn't have the vision that I had. It's just creating something that looks like it. The Let me see, the seeing people who live for AI pick fight with artists that as fixers is crossing the line for me. Oh, you mean the people who, yeah, the people who who like, yeah, I fixed your art for you. That's yeah, because it. I don't know. You can't really say if it's fixed or not, because AI gets a lot of things and part of the reason is because of how you have the manhwa style art, the anime style art. Those don't always follow correct proportions. So when you put those things together, it kind of creates, like the proportions are weird. One of the things that you can easily spot is it's always the lighting. Not just everyone goes for the fingers, but you can actually fix those easily. It's really the lighting, the way the hair is rendered, hair and lighting, and the ribs. Those three things more than the fingers. Your fingers are the most obvious, right? It's like low effort, but it's not something that you should focus on. It's really those details. Overarching issue is, like as you said, whether we like it or not, the technology is here and it's never going to not exist now. It's not going anywhere but forward. So the question is, isn't should it exist, but rather how are you going to learn to live with it? And I think there are ways we can use this as creatives that don't take away from or act as a substitute for our creativity. Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's here for me. I mean, like I said, it doesn't bother me, and it wouldn't really bother me if somebody, like I said, if somebody made a Laura or a what do they got, a light or a light, what is it called, lycosis, something like that. I don't remember. It could be different now. It could be completely different. It was started as a Laura, and then it's and no, it started as an embedding, and then it started as a hyper network. Now it's Laura. Then it was Lycoris. That what it was, Lycoris, and now it could be something else now, or a full on model of my style. Because there's going to, I mean, you're going to be able to tell either way. You're just looking for the look. It wouldn't really bother me, but I can understand how it would bother somebody else. But like I said, I'm not really in the industry, so I may not even have to worry about that. I'm not known outside of this stream anyway. Well, maybe a little bit because I did post my art back in the day, and I don't know, maybe there's somebody out there that might remember that. I'm gonna have to get back into doing that because I haven't posted anything in a while. But yeah, I can understand um someone being upset over that, but because they make money from it. I don't think anyone's gonna try to do take Tim Bradstreet's art and then try to make money from it. I think that is a very very small amount of people who are bad actors that try to use AI art in that way to give it a bad name. I don't think that's the norm. Most people who make AI art do it for fun. I mean, even if it's like for just not safe for work material. I mean, they just sit in their circles and they just make art and just show each other, this is what I got with this prompt, whatever. And I've seen that with my own eyes in a lot of communities, because I'm looking around trying to see what's going on with this. Why am I hearing about this AI art? Why is this in the news? Why is this in every article that I see? So I looked into it myself. I've seen with my own eyes what people would do with it, and it's mostly for fun. So I mean, okay, but there are parts of the industry that are gearing towards using it in their business model, and that could affect the people that are either in the industry or trying to get in the industry. So I understand the concern with that too. I mean, vibe coding without with the with the code AI made for them is just passing it in anyway. It's just blindly trusting it. There's so many fixers these days. It wasn't fixed. I put those lines there because that's where I wanted them. That's happening now with Ghibli. Oh yeah, I've heard about that 99. Japan is considering making AI art for Studio Ghibli because that is very popular in AI art. There's a lot of people who like that style. I like it too, to be honest. And I'm not really an anime guy, but it is a really good style. And that is something that you can take that entire style and just mix it into whatever you want, even realism. You just putting things in the pot and making it something, I don't know, but it is a popular style in AI art. So they're like, and I think the creator or the creators, I don't know the names because like I said, I'm not an anime guy, but I know that person or company has a lot of influence in Japan, So they don't want just people just recreating it, and maybe I don't know, I actually don't know the reasons behind what they're doing, but they want obviously want to protect it, right? So they're considering making AI Studio Ghibli style art illegal, and I saw that yesterday, I believe. Like the painting thing I do with Nyla, she's not taking anybody's job. It's just a fun little thing she does. Yeah, yeah, it's like I say, well, like 95% of it is probably for fun. But of course, like I said, there are companies that are moving toward that direction, and that could affect people. So I mean, I get it. I get where the anger comes from, and that's what it is. It's really just the effects of that anger. Because I know some people who are in the industry who are like, wow, this is interesting. This looks like something that, and like people who are really good at art. I'm not gonna call them out because they flip flopped when they saw what happens when you're associated with AI art, uh, and they completely like changed. Like now, suddenly, what they were speaking for, and now they're like the paragons of against AI art. Now, it's kind of amazing how that type of vitriol can really change your stance on something. I don't know if it was out of fear. I don't know if it was because I don't know. Maybe somebody talked to him about it. Like, no, you need to be against this. It could be anything. I don't know. Maybe there was something happened. Behind closed doors. I don't know. But all I know is that there were some people who were for it, but then suddenly they were against it. So I don't know. And they knew going in what it did. So it wasn't like they found out what it really does. They knew it. They knew that it grabbed it took things from other people's art and made kind of something like an amalgamation. Honestly, I mean, honestly, I know there's a lot of people out there who say that it doesn't make anything original, but I think it does. It's my opinion that it actually can take a bunch of artist styles and make something completely new. It actually can do that, and that's just something that I've seen. So I mean, magnifying glass from human nature. Yeah, exactly. It's a filter that has nearly perfected Ghibli, and the studio is a fighting copyright at the moment. Yeah, it looks just like them, and I mean, you're gonna get that. It's a cartoon style. It's an anime style. It's really easy to do to make anime look like anime when it comes to AI. It's just a stigma. Oh wait, I think AI is a bug right now. It will stay, but it will pop when investors see no money in it. I mean, it depends. Like if they could get it to create what they want without having to pay someone, like it's just you get the money in the front end first, right? By putting it into AI research, and of course people to run that. So I mean, I don't get it. I mean, you're not paying the artist, but you're paying someone who knows how to run the AI. So you really don't get a change in the amount of people you're employing. They're just doing the AI. They're doing the AI model now instead of the people who are doing the art itself. So there's really not a change in the amount of employees. Maybe you can have fewer employees, but you still have to pay for the employee itself and the technology. Um, Maybe you could make more money with AI art in the future. I don't know. I'm not a business guy. I'm not a CEO. So there could be money in it based off that. But I mean, how much? I mean, is one employee going to tank your company, or fewer? Maybe not. I don't know. I don't. I mean, you can't have that much profit from having fewer employees, right? It's really going to be up to your product at the end of the day. It's probably a bigger failure because now you have an AI model that you can't use because your company tanked. But the person who knows how to run it can just go work for someone else. So I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not an expert. These are just my off the cuff musings. I did look into the art side of it for a while, for a long while, because it seemed like that. I don't know. Maybe something was there as far as AI art becoming the norm, but maybe one day. I don't think anytime soon, but maybe one day. But the way where people were saying it, the mass hysteria around it, for more lack of a better word, it kind of was mass hysteria for a while. If you go by social media, but I don't think I mean, it's something that definitely to think about for the future. But now, no, maybe not now. And it's just a stigma. There were a couple that I was testing the translator in, and the streamer straight up shut down on me when they found out that the translator bots were using AI to do the translations. Never mind that the translators weren't taking anybody's job. Never mind that they weren't generating anything. They weren't doing anything but translating. But I was straight up raged at and cursed out in some cases simply for the fact that they used AI to do their job. By a translator, it's not easy to do, translation. It's more than just speaking the language, being an interpreter. I'm talking about. Maybe that's two different things, translator, interpreter. But you have to get all the little nuances, and there's subtext, there's dialects. That's something that an AI can't even do in the first place. So I know this for a fact that AI cannot do that. It might get some things right, but you can't get everything right, when it comes to language, because language is so fast. So I mean, for translators to do that, that's kind of baffling because they should know already, or at least interpreters. I'm speaking in the stance of interpreters. I've worked with interpreters in the past, so I know. It's not as easy as just being able to speak the language. And I fail to see how using AI to help people understand each other is a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing either. That's always been a part of at least science fiction. There was always some kind of device that could instantly, they could speak English, but it would sound to them like their language and vice versa. So, I mean, obviously, it's an excuse outside of the universe that two English actors most likely are speaking to each other, but they actually had a science behind it. So, like Star Trek and other sci-fi shows mainly. But it's a staple of science fiction, regardless of the real world reason. You're dead on. That's exactly why AI is better at translation than a dictionary translator like Google Translate. AI can be trained to interpret. Still not as good as a human translator, nowhere close, but it's light years better than a machine dictionary translator. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you lose in just direct translation. It's not possible for a machine to do it, at least not yet anyway. AI is also better at understanding context and cultural issues. Again, not anywhere close to as good as a human can, but still better than a standard machine translator. Like, I'd rather use AI than the dumb Google translator if it works. Yeah, it's 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 sometimes it's too literal. Sometimes you get a good translation out of Google, but there's a lot more than just language is a lot more than just words. That's what I'm trying to say. Look at me. I can even I'm fumbling over my words, but you know, but you get the point. When I go into non-English speaking streams, the streamer does not always immediately realize that I'm not a native speaker, and I've seen that. I've actually seen that happen. Yes, everyone seems to be very thrilled that you can speak to them, which is kind of the point, right? It's still humans talking to humans at the end of the day. That's what should be important, at least for in this context. It shouldn't even be about AI. Just being able to speak to someone, people are delighted. You can go to another country, and when you speak their language, especially if you speak it well, people are usually very happy about that, about being able to speak to you. 'Cause now you can go a step further. They can learn more about you. They can learn about where you're from. About what makes you tick and things like that. And this is the human element that a lot of people or most people crave. There's still a dead giveaway that I'm using a translate. Well, yeah, I mean, you kind of sometimes you lead with that, right? So, yeah, that's a given. But the communication is the important part. Wow, these small details, even at this level of of effort, it still takes a while just to get around this. I know I've been speaking a lot, but we're gonna get there. I still have the other buckles to do too, but I'm gonna try to finish them today, regardless of if it's on stream or not. Even though the translators are programmed to use casual speech, their grammar, capitalization, accent marks, punctuation, etc., are all perfect. Yeah, that's it's the subtext. It's the there's dialects too. You know, people can tell. Like if you learn in school like how to speak perfect Arabic or perfect Spanish, there's still the locational changes with language that you have to consider too. And people are going to know that, oh, yeah, you can speak the language, but I know you're not from around here. You don't have the accent, you don't have the dialect, you don't have anything. Just like how we can tell if someone is from the South, or they live in the West, or in New Jersey or Boston or Philly or New York. It's the same thing among other English speakers, of course. And then from Britain, that's very obvious, right? I'm not going to get a translator for just looking up sentences what they mean. I would still use Google Translator. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you see a phrase in another language, I mean, and you want to, when you get an idea of what was said in this sentence, yeah, I mean, Google Translator is just fine for that. But what my point is, there's a lot more um, than just the literal meaning that goes in the language, and sometimes, a bot or an AI can't get everything right. So, as a translator or an interpreter, I don't see why someone would be that angry with you, because they should know that. I know that, and I'm not an interpreter or a translator. I did study some languages, but I'm not at the point where I'm fluent in them. I'm going to try to straighten these out a little bit. Google Translate sucks at Hungarian. I would love to have something better to use. Yeah, I I gotta say I don't know anything about Hungarian. Real people rarely write that way. Very rarely do people use perfect grammar and punctuation when they write, especially in a Twitch chat. Yeah, that's true. I think slang and dialect that goes into the locational the location differences in between well, within the same language basically. And even some languages, of course, I mean, we all know this, some languages kind of share words, like Spanish and Italian are actually very similar for a lot of words and phrases and whatnot. And of course, Latin, English comes from Latin, and the same thing with Portuguese. There's some there. I know there's some similarities there. Maybe not exact, but let's see here. We got Google Translate starting to do a little bit better with their dictionary, and they are starting to incorporate some AI to a limited extent. I won't shit on Google Translate because the fact that there are people who would not be able to understand each other if not for Google Translate. It does really good for certain languages like Japanese. Sometimes I'm in a Japanese stream and I can just hit translate this entire window, and it's normal sentences. I can actually understand, well, at least to a point. I can understand what they're saying if I'm looking in that particular language. It's something that I can follow, and it seems like um, that the translation is good enough, at least to understand. Um, I know it's not like that for every language, but some languages they seem to get it's good enough for some for certain languages. Let's see here. I'm just saying dictionary-based machine translation is not the best way to do it. Yeah, oh, well, yeah, it could be one of the things that we move away from going forward with AI, right? And you'd rather not want to because people say it's in the top 10 hardest languages. Oh, really? That's interesting. I know was it Mandarin or Cantonese? I know that's up there too in the hardest languages too. I think I had a free course somewhere from Humble for Mandarin. I thought about it. I actually don't know the difference between Mandarin and Cantonese. I think one is written. I could be wrong though. I actually don't know. I truly don't know. But I heard that was one or both of those were very difficult to learn. Maybe Japanese too. I'm not sure. I know a lot of people, like who like anime, they have an interest in learning that language too. And I guess it would be helpful so you don't have to worry about dubs if you don't like dubs, dubbed anime. But because of translations, sometimes the meaning is not the same meaning, when it's dubbed or subbed because it's translated by people who are not Japanese most of the time, right? We're almost there. Well, not really. Still got three more. Well, you have two buckles in the front and then two snap straps in the back, like cinch straps. You can cinch it shut. Well, I guess this would be a cinch strap too. It's just a different kind. This is a wire and this is a buckle, more like. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Let's see here. But yeah, yeah, it's definitely a time we live in, huh? We're finally starting to see some of the things that appeared in sci-fi years and years ago. The cautions and concerns with AI. Um, well, I mean, at least, well, not yet anyway, but at least it's not genetics, right? You already know what happens there. We're gonna have dinosaurs and clones. Well, we already technically do with, mice, but still, imagine that. A clone army, one army of the same dude. It'd be a little freaky, huh? Or stuff that's extinct. I think, I don't know. I mean, I would be for that if something that we made extinct, at least we could bring it back and put it back in its natural habitat. But there's more to it than that, right? It's not the same. Especially for dinosaurs, it's not the same climate. It's not the same type of world that they lived in. So I'm not sure how that would go. It wouldn't certainly wouldn't go like it does in Jurassic Park, right? Or well, maybe because now they're kind of moving towards the reality of a cloned, not even perfectly cloned, extinct species living in today's society. I guess the implication is that it wouldn't go very well, and I think the next movie will address that, right? But it's pretty good so far. I did not create the Chrome extension I used to write in Hungarian. However, this plugin does allow for custom AI models, and I did train the AI model that does the translation. Not bad. Let's see here. I mean, I can't tell. I'm not Hungarian, but if you can understand each other, I guess that's a step in the right direction, right? We got buckles, we got straps. We're going forward. There are a lot of genetics in or genetic themes in my story here, but it's nothing like Jurassic Park. I try to follow the real world scientific progression of that. Wait, what is it? Oh, did I hit the wrong button? Be right back. Get my lunch out of the fridge. Okay. Yeah, it's the same AI model and prompt that my translator bots just uses a particular Chrome extension. This particular Chrome extension is not one that I've developed. I'm working on developing my own Chrome extension. Cool. Hope it works with Edge because I'm not really a fan of Chrome. But we're kind of running out of options here. I mean, you know, Firefox they took out of their terms and services that they will never sell your data inexplicably. Wow. Okay, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm not even gonna try to say it anymore. Okay, without reason they took out. I'm having a little tongue twister day here. Without reason they took out that clause that they'll never sell your data. So people were kind of like on the fence with them, and I never liked using Chrome. But you know, I mean, I really don't have a choice but to use Edge. I know there was some problems with what was it, Honey, something like that. You know, so they were screwing people over. I don't actually know the reasoning or the story behind that. By the way, I made this Eldo Bata Lanza Gosan, long word from Dobe. Dobe means throw. This is TLDR, what Hungarian can do. We stick suffixes to words. We can do that much with any word. So wait, that's that long word just is oh, I see, actually. Yeah, okay. So what does the rest of it mean? What are you throwing? It's 90% suffixes. That's funny. You put all that into one word. What do we got here? Oh yeah, we got to go around still. You know what I should do? Because this line right here is going to be a problem when I connect it. Well, I'm going to connect it and then I'll just delete the line later and try to fix the red topology. I find that it's much easier to fix mistakes once everything is connected than rather than try to figure out with a like kind of like an incomplete puzzle here what to do. Once it clicked for me, red topology became a lot better. Suffixes, prefixes. All right, here we go. Gonna move around. We're going to try to connect these two here. We got going. Let me see. We got one, two, three, four. One, two. Oh well, okay, never mind. I don't have to delete anything. All I would have to do is just spread the lines out some so that way they match. So we're actually okay. In the context of my previous sentence, it's just an over exaggeration for how big suffix he wanted me to write. Oh, okay. That's what you guys were talking about. Well, if it can get that long, yeah, I guess it could be a very difficult language just from observation there. I get out from Garnier. Back with a ham sandwich. Welcome back. I think I can make this one thing, so I'm just gonna hold shift there and connect. See if we can attempt to make this make sense. I think we can. Oops. We want to try to not do that. Yeah, we don't have to delete anything actually. Still have 4 rows here, and we can connect all 4 rows. Try to get closer. This is getting ever closer. Here we can make some adjustments here because we can clearly see where this is headed. It's gonna actually connect perfectly. So, or at least evenly with the amount of faces that we have here. I didn't know what you exactly said because I got an ad. Oh, sorry about that. There's like 47 seconds left. I didn't even. Oh yeah, the announcement did show up. Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know exactly what you said because I wasn't paying attention. I was saying that the only thing that I was saying was that, well, besides this line, at least horizontally, these are connecting evenly, and that the only thing that I would have to worry about now, instead of trying to put everything together and then fix it, it's just spacing. So just making them neat and even, and none of this will actually well, actually, I'm not going to say none of it because if you have too few polygons in your mesh, it shows through the textures. So I know that's one thing that I need to avoid. But other than that, as long as I can see the form, I can just draw it, and if there's a problem with it, I can just fix it while I'm drawing it. That's basically the only concern here. But I'm trying to learn how to not learn, but basically like ingrain in myself to do it the right way because I do want to learn animation and I don't want to spend the time learning animation fixing my mesh because of bad habits I've developed, which is basically just completely cover the mesh without any rhyme or reason. We're trying to make good retopology so that way it doesn't fail us when we animate it. And this form needs to be fixed here. It's a little wonky, but like I said, we have the form there. But for like if I were using this for an animation, I would try to make this look picture perfect. But we're slowly moving towards that, and especially for the next mesh, I'm going to get these details more accurate. For that reason, I'm going to try to match this with this one, so that way we can just connect them. I'm going to extrude it right there. Let me see here. I'm going to try to do that like this and maybe like that. And then just connect them. Basically, that's what's going to happen next. Oops, get the wrong thing. Wait, I want to try to move this closer to where this meets the strap. Oops. Let's see what that did there. I want to see. I'm going to pull back. See, we have some minor differences here. Oops. A lot of oops today, huh? It's like that's pretty much every stream though. It's a little better, I guess. I'm gonna have to put a triangle right here. That way this form doesn't stretch too far and it'll kind of melt this area a little bit if I just stretch these two, if I attach these two together. So what I'm going to do is I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna extrude another face right there and then just have a seam up under there. Let me see here. Maybe I can make it even. That way the triangle is even. I wouldn't even animate this this anyway. I think the only thing, like if I were thinking of it as an animation, I would only make the bag and the pouches shake, and that's it. And this would just be completely static because it should be tight on your chest because you can cinch them down tightly. So these are the only things that would move anyway. So having a triangle here actually should not really matter. Of course, that is something I'm gonna have to put to the test one day just to make sure. But I'm just thinking of it in terms of what I've learned and what I've learned how retopology should perform in animation. But I don't really know for sure. But it just seems that way to me. Okay, so we're gonna hit edges and we're just gonna connect them like so. All right, now we can just continue with having this like the semi-cylinder retopology. You probably can just connect it. Let me see, that's one, two, three. And we have three, I think we have three faces, right? Well, let me see. One, two. Oh, that's the triangle. We'll figure it out. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to connect it somehow. Somehow we'll do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with one row and just connect that. And I was actually trying to rotate this, but actually extruded another one too early. That's okay because we can rotate this at any time we want. Okay, that pretty much tracks. Well, no, we want to align it with this, so like that more. Yeah, this is gonna have to be adjusted back here. This is very wonky looking. This is my first time creating a like a strap like this. I think on my last ones I just had a straight just a strap here with no buckles or anything on it. And then this sculpt, I decided to try to improve upon my clothes a little bit and accessories. And now we're just gonna keep building from that until we have something that we can say, hey, yeah, there it is. There's the straps with all the buckles on it. It looks like it should in real life. That's the goal. Try to make better clothings, much better clothing accessories. I've never made a ring. I haven't made a ring or an earring or anything like that yet. I'm sure that'll be easy though. You just how hard can making a just a circle with some dimension on it. What I've heard from some tutorials about topology is go for triangles or quads. For movie stuff, mostly go for quads. For games, triangles with reduced vertices. Oh, huh, that's interesting. Yeah, I know about quads, but I've I've seen and heard to avoid triangles for games. So that's I don't know. I don't get. There's really no definitive answer that I've come across. Some people are really uptight about topology, and other people are like, "Don't worry about it. Just as long as it doesn't deform where you don't want it deformed, the topology should be fine." Um, but one day I will lock it down. Okay, I'm working on, like I said, I'm working on a study off stream, and I'm gonna figure out like exactly what works and what doesn't. Games convert quads into triangles anyways though. Oh, okay. That's cool. I didn't know that actually. I can do that here, but every time I hit, let me see. I'm gonna prove it to you. It's not in this. Yeah, here, right here. Tries the quads. If I click this, um, nothing changes with the triangles here. We have 1,890 triangles right here. Okay. Let's see if it actually does anything. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna select everything and do tries the quads, and nothing changed. So I don't get it. But if a game can do it, I'm sure it'll do it right. But I've never seen the results in Blender itself. So I'm a little confused. I don't know. And then I have remesh here. All right, sorry, quad remesh, which is supposed to be made by the same people as Z remesh, but it does not work the same. I've already tried that. I actually lose even more details when I use this version of remeshing, and this has um a um a quads setting too to select everything in the quads. Now this will radically change, but I need to have the quad count to match it. And I guess for this it would do it, but it doesn't work like Z remesh, so I don't really use it like that. That's why I've opted to just doing it manually. Yeah, because you have quads. Yeah, I know it's mostly quads, but it's saying right here that I have 1,890 triangles, and I don't know where they are. Besides, I can point one right now. That's the one that I just made. This is a triangle, unless this is actually a quad. I don't know. I honestly don't know. That's why I have no idea what's right and what's wrong because I'm not seeing where these triangles are. But it says I have this amount right there. It should be just one. Let me see. Where else would I have a triangle that I know exists? Right here. This is a triangle. I'm talking about like a literal triangle, three sides, but maybe it's not actually that. I don't know. Here's another one right there. And that should be it, really. I mean, I know where the triangles are. All right, here's one right here. So I would be scared from hitting buttons like these. Yeah, I know. I am scared. Um, in fact, I should probably just revert to my last save because I don't know if that actually had an effect, but I'm not going to worry about it because it doesn't look like anything changed. And nope, there's no triangles there. That's not a triangle. Yeah, I mean, I know exactly where all the triangles are there because I put them there. Here's another one. No, that's not a triangle. Never mind. It has an edge. Um, I can find the triangles because I know there's a point there's a part a point where I'm like, okay, I gotta put a triangle here. It's the only way that I can connect it. I think Blender itself treats quads as two triangles, though I never looked into it. Yeah, it's not something that I fully understand, obviously, and but I will figure out how my meshes perform in game engines soon enough. I just got to complete the mesh. That's really all I have to do. So I'm going to definitely report back with my findings on stream someday of what's what I should and should not do. Because once I see it, if it's okay to me, like if they move around fine, all the physics are good, nothing's out of place, everything is working as it should, like an actual game character, I'm not going to worry about it anymore because mission accomplished. I'm getting to the point where, at least for the body, I'm not sure how much more I can improve with the red topology. I don't know. I mean, I'm doing it. I've tried to iron out all the kinks that I possibly could, and I'm just gonna have to see what happens after that. Still trying to figure out what I should and should not do. I need to figure out quickly, or at least that's what the police keep telling me. Time's running out. It sounds like a video game. Got to solve this case fast, otherwise you're out of the job. That's like, I guess that's like a standard, like a typical police plot, right? I don't know why I said games. That's something in movies too. But I think that would be better suited for a game because you have your time limit and all that. I don't know why that happened. We're gonna go ahead and just pull that back. I'm fighting with the camera right now. Actually, can we turn around so I can see better? Also, I'm gonna have to turn off in front just briefly so I can understand what the heck is going on here. Okay, everything is in the right place. As far as I can tell, anyway. Like I said, the details here are not exact. We got bumpy rings here, but I can fix those with the pencil. I don't have to actually, even though that's the goal of making better things. Like I know I keep saying that and saying how I don't like repeating myself. I just want to emphasize that um, we will do better. I'm not conceding. I'm trying to get out of the habit of just be like, ah, it's good enough, or it's or I'll fix it later. Trying to do everything right the first time, and that's I guess that's one way I could improve. Oops, that was the Windows key and Shift, not Shift and Alt. Shift and the Windows key doesn't do anything. We're going to connect these together like so. Okay. Now we can just continue this row. If I didn't do anything, why do I see the word self-destruct followed by a countdown? Well, that is definitely not a situation that sounds right to me. Unless you want to activate the self-destruct sequence. I once helped someone in Minecraft, and this is like on a vanilla server, make a self-destruct sequence for their base. That was actually really fun, but we never actually got to use it. I don't think we ever were going to use it, but the option was always there. I think that's the fun part, just having that in your sleeve for whatever reason. I mean, I know the reason, but it was like something so pointless that just people like sometimes like doing weird stuff like that. Yes, that's right. 99 disarmed it. He tried to blow it while I was there, but didn't go off. He got so mad. Why did he try? I didn't know that. I did not know that. It wasn't even for you. That's the entire part. That's the funny part. That is not, see, I was duped. All these years I'm finding new revelations, new stories, okay? New perspectives, new points of view. Someone died to a punch by accident, and it started this whole thing. I was not involved in it, but I did help them build an underwater base that had a self destruct sequence. That was for someone that we don't really play with all that much. Oh shit! I'm hit. Oh my god! Don't do that. Control Shift Z. No wait. Control Z. No wait. That's Alt Z. What am I doing right now? Okay, we're back. The punch scared him off from playing Minecraft this whole time. Um, who Dune Walker? No, that's not why he quit. But that did piss him off. The reason why he stopped playing the last time is because he actually believed all the stuff that Judicious said when he blamed me for everything. He actually thought that I added all those additions. No, that has nothing to do with me. They didn't like the giant zombie and all that stuff, and he said that it was my fault, and they stopped him and his nephew stopped playing, and he actually believed that stuff. I said no. I tried to tell him that had nothing to do with me. He just says that, but he always believes that I'm up to something. That seems to be the going thing. I've never actually harmed anyone in Minecraft, but people seem to believe that I have death traps everywhere. So it's become a running gag now because of that stigma. But I don't do that. I've never done that. It's just something that's just a part of Ballervania, I guess. Maybe I should actually put them in. So many ideas come to me. I'm like, well, there's no point. I want people to go into my base and see it and enjoy it, not kill them. That's never been the thing. You've killed me. The Terraria build is why no one trusts you. I never killed you 99. I accident. There was one thing that was an accident when we all went to the Nether for the first time. I shot an arrow, and you stepped in the way and it knocked you into the lava. And I was like, please don't die. Somehow you didn't die. I'm so glad you didn't die. But that was actually my fault. It was an accident though. And I think I said it. I didn't try to keep it a secret. I'm pretty sure I told you right then what happened. But I was actually scared. I was like, please don't. I don't want you to lose all your stuff because of me. But no, I've never killed you. I did kill Linus though. Or yeah, he I made an aqueduct system in Ballervania, and it was supposed to have running water everywhere. But two things happen when you have flowing water in Terraria. Okay, all right. The more it flows, the more it grows in volume. So eventually, the water grew to a point where it overflowed, and it was the whole aqueduct system was flooded. And second, I built it using a merman suit. So I would not the distances that I had from point A to point B were too long for a normal person to go through. So and that's what happened to Doomwalker. He drowned. He drowned while looking at the base, and I didn't account for the fact that I built it using a merman suit. So and then I took the merman suit off and then tried to go through, and I couldn't make it either. I was like, oops, that was not intentional. That kind of carried over. You and Mario both killed me testing weapons out. Oh, that was on purpose. I even shot myself with my own arrow. With some friends, we played and shared hardcore Minecraft. Hitting someone else would make you sweat there. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hardcore, I haven't actually tried that yet. I do like it's like a pseudo challenge. It's like a quasi challenge. I try to do a playthrough on one life. So far, I only have my all the mods 9. I haven't died yet, but on Builder's Delight 4, I haven't been able to do it in a while. Sometimes I just die to the dumb stuff. So but that is as much as I have gone as far as hardcore for Minecraft. I've only played hardcore in Diablo 2. I didn't die there surprisingly, but I did. Then again, I never completed a game. I just played it and then I stopped because at the time I didn't own it. I was playing it over someone's house, but I played it on hardcore online. Um, I thought about doing a hardcore Minecraft playthrough, but I tend to go pretty far, and dying in like on the back end is really going to tilt me. That's really going to tilt me. But since we start over so much anyway, I mean, it really shouldn't matter to me at this point. We restart our server so many times that hardcore really shouldn't bother me at all. So yeah, maybe one day I'll do a hardcore playthrough of Minecraft. It would probably be modded, but yeah, I'm not averse to it. I just like continuing, even if I do mess up, even though I was trying to do it without dying, but if I do mess it up, I would like to continue. I just can't brag about it later. I can't be like, this is my first death, like or this is I haven't died yet. I've only done that like once or twice on Builder's Delight. As a matter of fact, I think when we did when we had the island community build, I don't think I died during that at all, which is kind of cool. I never killed you. Oh, that was on purpose. No, I don't remember killing you testing weapons out, but it's entirely possible that I did. That's something that seems along the lines like I'm like, yeah, I want to see if this kills you, and then I would shoot it. I don't actually remember. You probably have it on stream though, but I do remember shooting the arrow up in the air and then trying to catch it with my own body, just see if I would die from my own arrow. Surprisingly, I didn't, because my armor was pretty good, but the arrow could one shot bosses. So, well, yeah, pretty much, yeah. The enchantments really make a difference when taking that much damage. They make more of a difference than you would know, than you would realize. Yeah, it's in the Hokage video. Oh, okay. I wanted to start a Forever World sometime. Yeah, I mean, uh, I have one for all the mods 8. I'm gonna play on it one day. on the stream. It's just Builders of Light so fun. I never really get to go on all the mods, but all the mods is just as good. I just have to. I want to do a playthrough from the beginning instead of the world, so I can show you the new Death Egg versions and whatnot. Because that's that's one build that I haven't done in Builder's Delight yet was the Death Egg. Mainly because I would have to do it by hand, and I could do it by hand. It's just I prefer not to because it's a really big build, but I can do it. I might, I actually hit G. If it ever comes to the point where I can do it, I might actually just build it by hand. We have the ability to do it. I think with the construction one, you can actually do a sphere. Chisel and bits. Well, we have chiseled and rechiseled. There were funny moments. One of us died from an iron golem hiding between bamboo. He just took off his armor for enchanting, and I started harvesting bamboo with a sword, and then the iron golem said, "Bam, boo." Yeah, that would suck. There's a point where as long as you don't fall, well, I mean, it's not a thing in Builders Delight or even all the mods, but there's a point where um the only thing that's going to kill you is the void, and I think even then in all the mods and in Builders of Light, under the right circumstances, not even the void can kill you because we have silent gear and they have some kind of void protection enchantment that I never got to test, so I don't know if it works or not. But it's supposed to, from what I read, you fall into the void and then teleports you back up over land, the nearest point of land. I don't know what happens when you're out in the middle of nowhere in the end. I don't know how it calculates then, but and I don't know if there's a cooldown or anything like that because I that's something that I'm not eager to test because if it doesn't work, then you're going to lose everything. And if you're at the point where you have armor with a void ward on it, that's a lot of progress in silence gear. You can't just, and we don't have mimic cubes anymore, so it's not something that I can just get back. So, can't do it. I'd rather not test it. I've actually never fallen in a void, and I want to keep it that way. Let's see here. We did die after the dragon like twice. My very first, I think I died to the dragon one time, and that time was actually on the last iteration of Builder's Delight. I got caught. I got caught on top of the tower, and he hit me with a breath, and then I jumped off, and I was down to two hearts, and then he hit me with a direct hit and killed me. But the very first time I fought the dragon, I almost died. As soon as I went into, we were doing like a community, like let's all kill the dragon. I go through the portal. As soon as I get to the top, I don't know because it was my first time in the end. I don't know what was going on. As soon as I got to the top, dragon comes, hits me. I get knocked off the mountain, but I get caught. I fall like on a ledge, like just one block ledge, and land. And that was the only thing that saved me. But yeah, I almost died like the very first, like as soon as I went into the end, I almost died instantly, which was very scary. But I've never fallen into the void. And the dragon was, I think, I think it was upgraded. I think there's a mod in our pack or in Judicious's pack that buffs the dragon a little bit. Dragon killed us once with fall damage, I believe. Yeah, I mean, it's, I think it's souped up, and I think the damage properties of the breath are different. Jenica just said, "You're telling me I killed you was an important memory for me. It was a Tuesday." The day baller or M baller graced your village. It's the most important day of your life. But for me, it was Tuesday. He's like, "I'm sorry, but I don't remember any of it." You don't remember? Everyone says that's like the greatest line in that entire movie. The movie itself, I mean, I know a lot of people don't like it, and I get it. It's not Street Fighter at all, but it's pretty much a standard um '90s action movie without all the Street Fighter stuff in it. If you just took it all that out, took out the costumes, took out the any of the video game references, it's basically what you would find in a, I wouldn't even say a Jean Claude Van Damme movie, but maybe like a, it kind of has an international feel to it. So because it was filmed in Thailand, so I guess it would be more like a like maybe like a movie, an action movie from a different country. It kind of has that feel, but the director also wrote the movie and he wrote Die Hard, so I don't know what happened there. He just, I don't know. That was his first and probably only acting or directing thing. They was like, okay, this guy wrote a couple of good scripts for us. Let's have him direct, and he's never directed since. So that movie still makes $1 million a year for for it to be, it was a mild box office success. Street Fighter, the movie I'm talking about, but it didn't do too well with critics or Street Fighter fans. I was when I did see that in the theater. I was a Jean Claude Van Damme movie fan. Okay, I discovered Ming Na Wen because of that movie. Even though I think she was in the Joy Luck Club before that, and that was another popular movie. I think that was like Oscar worthy. I think it was about a bunch of rich Asians or something. I don't remember if exactly what happened in that movie. I may have seen it like one time, but yeah, she was known for that. It had a lot of stars. You had Wes Studi. I think that's his name. He was from Dances with Wolves. He was Sagat. Um, you know, Grandel Bush, Balrog. He was a side character in Die Hard. You had I forget DJ's name, but he was in a lot of movies back then. Of course, Van Damme. Who else was in it? Ming, or no, sorry, Kylie Minogue. She's like an international pop star. It had a lot of well-known people, and what's his name? I think his name is Damien Chapa. He was Ken. He was in Blood In, Blood Out, which was a very popular, well received movie about Mexican gangs. At the time, I did not know he himself was Mexican, but yes, he is. Yeah, Raul Julia. Yeah, of course, him. Yeah, he was probably like the biggest. They all wanted to work with him, so that's one of the reasons why a lot of those well-known actors in actual good movies were in that movie because of Raul Julia. He probably, if he didn't take that role, it probably would have been some other people playing the movie, and it would have been a lot worse, probably, in my opinion, because Raul Julia was definitely a highlight in that movie. To move up here. All right, I got one here, and then I have three here, so we got a little bit of a pickle. I'm gonna have to fix that. The easiest way would be to just add some loop cuts here. That's probably what I'm gonna end up doing. The loop cuts should stop. No, actually, they're not gonna stop, are they? They're gonna go all the way around. I'll figure it out. And I'm not going to add any vertical ones here because then they're going to go all the way down, and then that's going to affect the retopology all the way down there. So I've done all this before, so that's why I don't want to do it again. I don't want to mess up the retopology. Yeah, but it was never intentionally. You did agree to it, okay? It's not like I just go around killing people in Minecraft. I didn't. That's not my style. I don't want to compete or try to dominate people in Minecraft. We're just building and having fun like we always do. But the whole self-destruct thing was starting to be pushed into the PvP realm, but I wasn't actually a part of that. Okay, I just helped him build it. He didn't say that he was gonna actually kill anyone with it. He was I don't know. I don't know. Okay, it wasn't my idea. I just helped him build the base. I don't even remember if I actually put the TNT in, but I did help him build the base. I'd have to ask him. I had to find him and ask him. Even Realness pointed out yesterday how dominant the people of Ballervania is. Yeah, I was thinking, when I was going to do Mind Colonies, I was going to give all of the guards the best armor so they can actually do something and just have them walking around everywhere. Only problem is I have a jellyfish necklace, and I think that's a Terraria item, Terraria inspired item. If I touch anyone, I can damage them just by touching them. So, and walking through a village with that on is not a good idea because you will injure the villages and the guards will attack you. But you can level it up, so I was trying to level it up. Also, I found a mystic grove, the magical tree village. There was one actually not far from me. It seems to be the only one around, so I do have the magic trees now. They changed the style of the door though. The doors that magical trees made are completely different from the ones that I remember. So the whole thing was kind of pointless in the end. It's not the same type of blue color, but I'll work with it. I made a glass door. It just has a frame. The frame doesn't even match the blue, but it matches the arc wood, so I'll leave it on. I'm not sure if the wood would match though. Okay, now this is the part that we're going to have to address. Not really sure how I'm going to attempt to um let me see what happens here if I just put one extra edge loop right here. I said it's easy to figure out the red topology for a body, but for clothes, I am still floundering. So we're going to try to figure this out. Let's see, if I put a loop cut and slide there, it's going to stop right there. Really? It's just going to stop right there. All right, that's actually acceptable. I think I'll just do that then. Oh, that's why, because it's not connected. For some reason, I thought it was because when I had it this way, it was green, but it's not. All right, so that's fine. That's actually not fine. We need another loop cut and slide, and then we can make it fine. So I'm gonna move this down just a little bit, and then I got my fishing rod. I just need materials for my luck gear and fishing tackle. You know what's funny? I have all the parts but separated. I found a fishing rod yesterday. It had mending on it. I found two Luck of the Sea books, so that's Luck of the Sea 3, Angler's Bounty. Um, I think I have everything I need for a fishing rod. But it looks like your problems were solved. So, oh yeah, this is what we don't want. We don't want things like that happening. Hit control. I'm gonna try to upgrade my armor this week because I've made some progress on my house. It's turning out really well. I just need to make the top of the house now, and one room needs to be completed. And then I am going to head into the Twilight Forest. I'll probably do that on stream. I don't know when though. I just need my luck set. Looks harder to get at the moment. I think there's some luck jewels, so you can get luck that way. Now it's just this long bar here. Yeah, red topology for clothes. Not definitely something I gotta improve. We're gonna get there. Gonna get there. Let's see here. I'm going to have to fill all this in at once, I guess. I'm not sure if this is even acceptable, but it's the only way. It's the only way I can do it. I don't know how else to do it. That just doesn't even look right. But now that it's together, I can actually figure this out with enough time. It's just I don't want things like I can't even loop or cut it either. So what I could do is probably just remove those and just extend this down, but then I would just have it here as well. I mean, you're not going to see that. This part is up against the body, but still, that's something I'm going to have to think about. In a perfect world, I would if I did this separately, the retopology would be perfect, and then attach it on later. But I didn't. This retopology is attached to the overall retopology, so it kind of fits in with it. Not well. I mean, it barely, but you know it's there. Let me see. Okay, click here. No, yes. Just click right over here. I should be able to just fill that in and check over here and see. Yeah, it should be more rounded because a strap is being fed through this buckle, but that's something that I think I can just manipulate when I do those types of details further down the line. I don't want to start right here because then I would have to extend these little things. I've been working on Mutagen Man all morning while hanging with you, attempting new technique where you would add line weight after. This is rough. Yeah, that's exactly what I did with my latest digital art. Um, I don't want to do it the GTA way where they have bold lines where light should be everywhere. It's more like thicker lines where the shadows are. That's what I've been doing. Maybe that'll work for you. And thinner lines where light are, and then you can probably just replace those thin lines with the color that the light is. You know, I was experimenting with that too. Um, I'm still uncertain on whether or not I should at least color the hard lines or just cover them entirely. But I think I'm going to keep the lines in for the comic just to have that comic book feel. It'll be some even though these are a little bit closer to realism. The comic book style that I'm choosing is going to be a little it's going to be a little on the semi real side. So I'm not going to follow the reference exactly. But I definitely want to have a decent reference of my own characters, so I can just that way I can just do the things faster. I can do everything faster that way. I mean, once the page is playing out, all I have to do is draw it anyway. I'm gonna when I get the when I do have all of the models, as soon as I'm just gonna try to do like a basic scene just to see like just to get a method going down. But I think I'm gonna do all the storyboarding on stream too, and then slowly start like putting it in stone because I have a general idea of how the pages are going to look anyway. That's what I did on my Team and T comic style. This one I am, but in a simple way. Yeah, um, yeah. You know, I mean, I do like whoever the artist is doing the GTA art. I do like that, but that's one thing that I kind of wanted to lean in that direction, but not really with the bold lines everywhere. I'm gonna have to just take this side and wrap it all the way around because if I use this vertex to go over, it's gonna make these edges go up more than they should. I want to keep all the small ones near the buckle. Oh, you know what I could do is let me see. Maybe I can just dissolve this line because I really don't need it. Yeah, you know what? Why not? Well, yeah, I guess that's one way of fixing it. It's just to dissolve all the lines up until up into this the buckle itself. At least that way it will look a little. It won't look so like I don't know, like so haphazard. Trying to avoid that look. I'm going to iron out as much as that as possible in this, and then hopefully completely eliminate it by the next one. That way, by the time I get to the main character, everything should be the way I want it. Then we can start moving faster and faster until we have a comic. At the start of the wire is like right here, so maybe I can get away with getting rid of that one too. And this one, and this one, and this one, and maybe this one. Let me see what happens if I dissolve these right now. Not that one. We try to dissolve that one. I'm trying to make a VTuber model, and I understand now why it costs a lot to get one made. Yeah, yeah. That is an idea that I toyed with. I don't know what my avatar would be, honestly. I don't really see myself as an anime character or anime style character. It would be something weird, just something I don't know. Not even it doesn't even have to be me, to be honest. It could be a giant rat, bro. I just don't have an idea for an avatar. But I thought about doing that. Just something like I could just temporarily turn into that or whatever. Maybe make. I know there's some people they have that as a channel point redeem. I thought about that too, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't have any ideas, so I don't know if I would do that. Dissolve, and we want this one dissolved. But yeah, I'm sure that I mean, making it would be easy. I just don't know what it would be. Well, not easy, but I could, in theory, make a rig model for a VTuber program. I don't know what it would be. Maybe one of my characters, but I don't see myself as my character, so I don't. That's a bridge too far for me. I don't want to be Dread. I don't want to be I don't know whatever else I made. I've been working on the PNG for you for when we are red guy, blue guy for my channel. Oh, wow, I appreciate that. Thanks. Maybe I'll use that. Am I going to be a puppet too? I thought about like I even thought about like something like Wario, like something Wario inspired, but I actually haven't played any Wario games. I like the concept of Wario. I play him in Smash, but never his games. And just like I don't know, like a weird mustache and maybe like a discolored nose and a hat or something. But like I said, that's not really something that I would consider myself a fan of. I just like the concept of it. So I don't know, not even that really. Maybe one day I'll play a Wario game, but I'm not gonna make an avatar of something I don't even play. That seems kind of disingenuous. Someone hasn't had an orange dog avatar, and I wanted to make a VTuber avatar for him. Oh, that's nice. You're a red guy, since Tattles is blue. That's no problem, 99. I don't mind switching it up. I you should have told me that because on my thumbnails for our streams, I have you on the red side since your potion is reddish. It was more like a pink, but you get the idea. And then I just put myself on the blue side since I thought I was the blue guy, blue mage, blue mage, red mage, like we did in the home point. But that's fine. I don't. It doesn't matter. We can switch. You can switch colors at any time. The point is, it's red guy, blue guy. You can also reverse the colors. Like if we had like an actual logo, like you can have Tattles, blue Tattles with a red background, and then red me. with a blue background, kind of like reverse it a little bit. Yep. All right. It can swap all the time. Yeah. Doesn't have to be locked in. I'm perfectly fine with that. I think originally I said that I could be red guy, but then you said I think you're the one who said you should be blue because I was going to start as paladin, remember? You were like, "No, be blue again." I was like, "All right." I was actually going to retire my blue for a while because I've done it so much, but now that seems to be all I can make now are blue mages. that's all that's all I want to make. All my characters are going to be blue mages. Okay. Just trying to straighten these a little bit. Trying to get an idea of I want to see that this is where it starts and how good that looks. I'm gonna have to reshape this, but as long as the red topology is good, then once I bake the final details in, they'll be very, very, very small and very numerous polygons, but the red topology should be good at that point. His ears are flapping all over the place for some reason. I feel that 14. I always make red mage. Yeah. Um, Yeah, I don't even know, man. I didn't even know. Like, I don't know what's fully possible. I was like, wow, this is a thing. Watching Remy stream, she can have like stuff get thrown in her avatar, and it would like affect the physics. And now that I know that that's possible, it's like, huh, what else can you do with it? You can make flappy ears, of course, like you said. I don't know if that's what you want, but I know physics, of course. That's fine. That's fine by me. Um, I've seen snippets of people doing like a gender bent version of themselves. I don't know if I would do that though. I don't know. That's that's a little too much for me. I'm not. I don't even have an avatar idea. It's just like literally it's just me. My icon is just my face, like like a pop art version of my face. Um, Starting soon screen is just like a very simple animation. It's just me standing there. So it's like I don't really have an avatar, but yeah, I mean, it could easily be. It would be much easier to make emotes. I don't want my emotes to be my face. That's that to me. That's for me. That's kind of boring. I want something more than that. So something I gotta think about in the future because we're affiliate now. So okay, I gotta make some emotes. I actually have some ideas from some emotes. I just need to sit down and do them. Just stuff that I normally say or do in the streams that I've done so far. Very simple stuff. Using the tits add-on stands for Twitch Integrated Throwing System. Ah, okay, okay, okay. I thought you were referring to the gender bent topic that I brought up there. I was like, wow, that's a little on the nose, isn't it? But yeah, yeah, just throw a brick at my avatar. Just get obliterated. But yeah, I don't know. I'm a little I'm lacking on ideas at the moment for that. It's very, but like I said, by the time I do figure out something, this will be this workflow will be pretty much solid, so it wouldn't be too hard. It wouldn't be too beyond the realm of possibility for me to create an avatar for myself. I just need to actually think of a concept. No, don't do that. This one. Okay. It's funny with a great acronym. Yeah, they knew what they were doing. They did that on purpose. This, can I dissolve this one? Perhaps. Perhaps. Made it to work. Great stream. Catch you later. All right, no problem. Thanks for stopping by, 99. I am going to go on for a little while longer here. Maybe like another 30 or 40 minutes. Our original stop time is noon, but we haven't, due to my schedule, I haven't been able to. I've been, stopping sooner than that. But today is still technically my weekend, so we're gonna go a little bit longer, and we'll be able to at least get to our original stop time for now. I think in the summer I'll be able to return to the original schedule. It'll be more like days like this, but we'll see, because things tend to change when you least expect it. I've been trying to get up earlier and start sooner to compensate, but it's a little hard sometimes. It's a little hard to do that. Okay, we're gonna connect these together. I know there. I can just double click to select them all. For some reason, I like defaulting to selecting them individually. I don't know why. Yeah, you know what? I would even extend to creating the entire strap itself separately, so that way it actually looks like a strap, and then just bringing it over and attaching it. But this is the last. I think this might be the last character that wears something like this. The next character does have similar equipment, but it doesn't like this. It doesn't like this at all. It's more like a bandolier. So that would be easier to create, because it's mostly pouches and like one big strap that doesn't require any buckles on it or anything. So, and he's not even a soldier, but he does that. That's one of the things that he has on him. But for future reference, we can do it a different way. Okay, let's try to at least complete this strap. I did. It didn't take this long for the previous LBEs, because I wasn't putting the detail that I'm in those and that I'm putting in this. And you know what I might do is I might take this LBE and copy it to the and retroactively copy it to the previous sculpts as a result, because this is the best one I've made so far. The other ones don't even compare. My original thought was just to have something there that I could just enough information to where I can just draw in the details. But now I'm actually starting to put in the details little by little in the actual mesh. So maybe we can just kind of do that back. Okay, let's see here. Oops, no, this. That is what I want. Apparently we have an ad running, but I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna just go on ahead and go up the strap here. I still have three. Well, actually, I only have two more straps, and those are the straps that I didn't do either side of. It'll be a little easier doing the retopology for this. I think what I'm going to do is start at the buckle. That way it's out of the way, and then just go on from there. I don't think I did that with this one. I think I started at the bottom and I just kept going up. So I have the necessary info to actually just whatever details might be missing from this, because it looks like, I don't know, I think I might have done this wrong. I may have to go back down here, because this should be this should be a wedge, and then that wedge should have another side. As you can see here, there's no faces here. There's no polygons here. So we're going to lose. If I go with this right here now as it is, I'm going to lose those details. And I'd rather not, because I can still flesh them out in a later step. And it's part of that step. You know, I'm not actually saving. I'm not saying I'm fixing this later, but this is not the final look. This is just the low poly, and then we're going to put the details of the high poly onto the low poly, and then from there further um, render those details. So it's not the final look yet, but we're getting there. We're slowly getting there. Do I do this? No. No, we don't do that. We're going to switch to edges, and we're going to connect all four of these here. And this should be divided actually, because you can see here it's going to lose some of its form if I do it like this. Well, maybe not with multi-res. I think with multi-res it'll come back, but it'll be even better if I just nip it in the bud now and just create another loop. Like that. See how now it fits to the form. Welcome back from the ad. Sorry about that. You didn't miss it much. I'm just talking about what I'm doing. I didn't have a line here, as you can see. This, like I said, with shrink wrap, I think the form would come back, but if I put the line there, and it follows the form better, and I won't have to do that. So that's pretty much all you missed, to be honest. I mean, everything else is pretty circumstantial. So I'm going ahead and continue. We're going to finish the front two straps. I'm working with a mirror modifier, so we don't have to do the other side. And the other side wasn't actually perfectly symmetrical, but after this, it will be. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but we're just gonna roll with it. You don't want symmetry in the face, but and it wouldn't be in the clothes either, to be honest, but it's okay. These are things we can choose to ignore or emphasize in the actual art of the comic, because that's what this is for. There we go. So we'll make sure I can see everything. Okay. Now we can go ahead and continue this. We're just going to slowly finish the strap there. I'm not going to, apparently, still got a ways before we start covering the other side, but I want to get these straps out of the way. I want to at least try to put some progress in here before we end the stream today. So definitely going to try to get to that, and we're almost there. We're going to start that very soon here, because I actually was supposed to start with this. I was planning on starting with this, but I ended up finishing the front straps, and I'm going to have to adjust this down here a little bit because that is not completely following the form that I made. I want to make sure that that is going to be the case, that it will follow the form. That might be a little too wide. Of course, that's on the underside, so but I think I just don't want the textures to be ruined from having too few polygons, because I've seen that happen. And now you can see it because I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you exactly what happens if you don't put enough polygons in your retopology on the boots here. It's only because it's the boot side I decided to let it slide. Okay, here's the low poly, right? Now let's go into a rendered mode. This is what happens when you don't put enough polygons in the mesh and you texture it. you can see the polygons where they shouldn't be at, and the actual texture doesn't behave properly. I can just ignore all this when I'm drawing these boots, so it's no big deal. But there was a point where I had these on the face, and I had to redo that ret topology because it was affecting the face too much. So that's an example there of what happens with the bad ret topology. Actually, let's see. You can't really see exactly what I did, but you see how it's very small here, and then it's bigger, and the ret topology doesn't really it's not really super even. Maybe here, some of these details were lost due to a mistake, but these are mistakes that we don't really do anymore, and I'm trying to avoid doing them in the future. That's just a small example. That's what we're currently working on. We need to hide these is what we need to hide. Okay. We're not going to do that for the LBE or anything else. That was when I made those boots on my very first sculpt, and I've just been carrying them over because, doesn't matter. They're one solid color. It's a shiny color. As long as they reflect the light properly, they shouldn't cause too much of an issue. But I can't have that on the face and the hands because those are normally things you're going to see in a panel. I would even be willing to accept, like, say, like, if someone had more skin showing, like if they were on like an arm or maybe the chest, I would have left it. But surprisingly, it didn't happen that way. It just only appeared like it was around the eyes, basically around the eyes and the face, and it was really screwing with the textures. And it was. I learned my lesson. I think, and I'm thinking about just cutting this one. Let's see what happens if I do that. Cutting this one down a little bit. See, this is what happens. It kind of goes too far. You don't want to do that too much. It'll go all the way across to the other side, which is fine, I guess. Um, but this area right here is going to be affected more than these areas. So I'm gonna wait until I complete it and then try it and see how it looks and see what goes on from there. Keep heading on here. Yeah, straps. Definitely gonna have to keep that in mind. Straps, buckles. This is gonna have to be finished without the mirror modifier because this center is not symmetrical at all. So I'm still gonna have to do that. And that's as simple as just applying this mirror after the fact and then continuing sculpting. It's not really a big deal. That's my first time doing that too, so I'm gonna have to deal with that as we go. Learn from it. Try to move this down a little bit. Okay, this particular edge, I'm probably just going to dissolve it. So I'm still not really, don't have a solid workflow for my clothing ret topology. It's not like the body. It's not like the body at all. So we still have some things to work out. Yeah, so if I add an edge, actually, you know what? Let me complete this really quick. That's not it. This is the one we want to select. Complete this really quickly. See, we got two over here, two over here, but with an extra edge. What are we missing? It's this. This is the edge. Where did this edge come from? And why did I leave it like this? I don't know. Actually don't know why it's like this. But I could get rid of it. Or we can make this edge go down more. Could I do that? Or maybe I did do it and I got rid of it. I'm not really, I actually don't remember, to be honest. I'm not even gonna lie. All right, it's not gonna work that way. So what I'm gonna do instead is delete this face. Oh yeah, I guess I can just do this and just create a triangle right there. And then complete this quad. And the best thing to do would be to create that on this side. But I think on this side, it'll be two triangles, so it won't be exactly the same. But let's see what happens here when we do that. F, and then, yeah, it'll be two triangles. But why did I do that? I want this line to come over this way. So let me try that again, but the other way. Hey, thanks to Nis for following. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. How about we just hit X and delete the faces? And then try to... Hey, tell me something, Tunas. That alert, is that too loud? Because I've been adjusting that since I started, and I'm not sure if the volume is right. That was thank you. Let me see. Let me try to. Yeah, I just put a bunch of. I made a bunch of silly animations for the stream. Um, I think this is the way I did it. This is the other way I'm doing it. Yeah, because I want. If I do it this way, let me see. Then no, that doesn't make any sense. What am I doing here? I want this line to come over here. So I should do it like this. So I did do it right, I guess. Yeah, okay. And then from there, we can go like this and delete or put these two together. But then dissolve this line. No, it's not quite like the other side yet, but we can get it there. Once it's together, it's much easier to fix. Let me see this. We're gonna have to complete this in here, like so. I don't know. It still feels a little off. Let's try to dissolve that. Nope, that's not right either. Or is it? No, it's not right. There should be like a wedge here. So let me try to. I'm trying to make the other side match. That's what I'm trying to do. I think the best way to do that would be to just create this here by extruding another face. Yeah. Now I have a triangle here and a quad on this side. So I have no clue how does the VRM colliders work. So I guess doggy ears are going to clip into the body for now. Yeah, collision is still something I'm not too familiar with. I have some problems with that here on the garment tool which is why on my next one I'm going to craft everything by hand and just forget the cloth simulations altogether. I'll just have to sculpt all the wrinkles myself, which is fine. It's not a big. I don't think that would even take much longer than trying to fiddle with the cloth sims anyway, but we'll see. Can I edge? I want to put a edge right through here, and I want to see if I can do that. Let's see, cuts. No, it only lets me put it there. No, doesn't really do that. At least not that way. This line actually should not connect up. It should connect over. What if I did this? See, oops. No, 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 no. Whatever that was, don't do it. And Control Shift Z. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's weird. Won't let me do it. All right. We're gonna have to do it another way then. Let me delete that face. This is what I want. And then we'll just merge these at the center. Okay, now we're gonna get rid of this triangle that we created earlier. Oops. Not that one, this one. How about we hit F there? Now I need the triangle from here to here to make it match. Can I do that with, no, they ain't gonna let me do it with this. I'm gonna have to create it myself. Now that we have the square shape that I was looking for, I could just go to faces and then delete the faces again, but we'll have the four corners still, and then we can just divide from there the triangle, right? But I'm gonna have to do it this way. Hey, can somebody help me test something real quick? It will just take a second. I made a fix to Nyla's content moderation system, but unfortunately I need someone who is not me to test it because mods cannot delete broadcaster messages. Yeah, how the J method connecting vertices? No, Tunis. I'm almost self-taught when it comes to to retopology. I got some guidelines and some pictures, and I learned it from that. I actually don't know any of the terminology too well. I know about the what was it, the poles, the in poles, e poles. I know that's like three points connecting and 5 points, something like that. I don't know. I'm not a super expert at that. I just try to wing it, but not really wing it. But low base guy, what do you need? What do you need me to do? I can probably try to do it real quick. I don't mind helping. J Control J, you mean? If someone can just say to my channel, go to my channel and type something like "you suck" and I hate you. Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Give me 1 second. Um, I'm just gonna sit right here. This is all you're gonna see. So let me just go over here to Twitch real quick, and I'll just do that for you. You may hear some stuff from another stream because I'm on the main page, but I'm going to quickly. Actually, you know what? I can go to your page from just clicking on your name. That would be actually much better. And then into the chat. Okay, here we go. Okay, got it. Um, yeah, no problem. Um, you suck and I hate you. As ordered. There you go. A moderator has deleted my my message. Your message has been removed as it contains content flagged for harassment. Please be mindful of our community guidelines. I it's just if you press J, it will connect two vertices on a face, creating an edge. Oh, okay. All right, no problem, little base guy. Happy to help. Um, Now Nyla won't remember that. Will he? I'm not too. I'm not too keen on exactly how that side of it works. I don't want her to think I'm some troll. Okay. All right. Nope. She only deleted the message. You're not banned, flag, etc. Okay. Okay. Cool. Um, Connect two vertices on a face. All right. Let's see. Let's see. J could not connect vertices. Why is that? Is it because of the specific amount of, or these particular vertices? I'm gonna look into this, Tunis, on a face. On a face. Gotcha. All right. How about this then? All right. Now let's go back and see what's going on here. Wait, is this the one? No, we want these. Right? Am I looking at this right? Because now I'm starting to get uh green blindness, I guess. Oh wait. This one and this one. But I need another vertex. No, it's right here, right? Wait, something ain't right. Hold on. I'm confusing myself here. Yeah, this should be the line that I'm looking for, I think. Well, anyway, let's try it. Oh yeah, yeah. That's good to know. Thank you for that, Tunis. Now I just need to I need to fix my own blunder here. All right, we got this line. And then we got this line connecting to a vertex that does not exist, which connects down. That's the problem. Which would create that would create the exact same thing. So I need a vertex right here. All right, let me try to create that real quick. I think that was what I was trying to do beforehand. Bases. And then no, that wouldn't create what I was trying to do here. Wait, what? Why did they create it there? Do I have something else selected? Yeah, if I had that vertex here, now I'm trying to figure out how I can put that there now. um like 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 this. It's just move it and then delete that line later. Maybe that'll work. That's a very roundabout way of doing it, which is essentially how I do retopology. Very roundabout, but it does work. We're going to iron out all the kinks. I promise you that. Once it clicks for me, I should be fine. Um, Now I should have done it from the other way. Actually, this is the way I should have done it, like this. Wait, wasn't that what I was trying to do? Okay, it's going a weird way with it because there's something there. So let me try this. Now it's going to go that way. Is it because of the camera angle? Okay, hold on. Let me do this. Now it kind of forces you to do a roundabout way sometimes. I don't know why. Let me try this real quick because I need something. I need something here before I can attempt to do the. Why is that selected? I need something here before I can attempt to do something here. Apparently, the way I wanted to implement this. I just wanted her to delete the message and then let me decide whether or not to ban the user. That way, in the event of a false positive, I won't have to unban anybody and people won't have bans on their Twitch records unless they deserve it. Oh, yeah, that's understandable. Sometimes it's a very fine line. Um, some people don't like uh, trash talk, jokes. Well, depends on the joke, really. Anything that could be a spoiler, but you can't really determine why someone was banned. Um, if it was something that wasn't immediately obvious. I don't think I've ever been banned. I hope that no one is taking anything I've said out of context. I don't think that's the thing. But I have learned over the years that some things you kind of have to kind of read the room first, before you kind of get an idea of what's okay and what's not okay. But sometimes you just don't know. You come in and be like, hey, so it could be something really simple, like just this works this way, and people could take that out of context. It's grabbing the wrong edge. Yeah, yeah. I think if I just fill all of this in and then just try it your way, the only problem is in order for it to match, I need a vertex right there. I don't know how to just create a vertex from nothing. Can I just add a vertex? If I could just add a vertex, that would be nice. I never actually extrude vertex. And can I just put it right there or something? No, it's just doing the vertex. Yeah, it just does a vertex that doesn't connect to anything. Can I connect the vertex to an edge? These are things that I don't know anything about because I've never had to do them. I don't have to do this on a body because I know how to do a body. It's the clothing. It's just subdivide the edge. Okay. Okay, I subdivided it. Now can I move it? What? No, I can't. Where's the other edge that I subdivided? I hit subdivide. Let me revert. I don't know what happened there. Let me just control Z a couple times. That way we don't do anything. The edge. Subdivide. Okay, it's subdivide. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed. Thank you. Not the vertex. I got it. I got it. Thank you. All right. See, we're getting better. now, now I can do. Let me make sure everything is cool. Okay, this is what I want. These two, and then J. Dun, 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 dun. Now I just need to do the same thing down here. There. How easy that is. Look how easy that is. The way I was doing it before this is the way I did all my red topology. I would fill it and then try to adjust it after. And I know it's not um beneficial, but look at this. I have something here, and they were doing the same thing in the guide. And this is a book that I bought recently to try to learn how to do this better. I'm going to show you something really quick. Let's see, reference guides. This is Topology Workbook, Volume 1. Okay. This is what I got. This is the material that I bought on Gumroad recently. To try to improve my red topology. Okay. It's in the PDF form, and they're doing the same thing here. Like I haven't read through all of it because I regularly do this, but um maybe not that. Hold on. But they would like this here. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Like, I don't know how they did that. Let me see. Bevel the selected edge. Yeah, edge bevel tool. See, that's something I need to learn. We have the tools. I'm just slowly absorbing it. I got this recently. I didn't have this the whole time. I'm defaulting to the the way that I learned how to do it, and but they do the same thing here that I've noticed. It's like they would create something and then they would delete some lines and then reattach it. So I thought that I was doing the right thing. Okay, but there's still a lot that I need to learn. I've been absorbing this slowly though, but this is what I've been using to improve my retopology. Spinning edges. It's because I'm not completely following the concept that it's let's see, reconfigure. I'm speed reading through this, but this is what I got something like this recently to try to do better at this. There was one of these I was looking at that um they were deleting the lines, but apparently I don't think, maybe I misinterpreted it because I haven't been able to fully absorb the thing. Looks like they're just using bevel and spin edge to actually move. Yeah, see, look right here. Step 3: delete, remove the selected edges, and then so it's like I'm seeing what they're doing, but I'm interpreting it wrong. I think that's why I need to read this. But I got this like a week or two ago. But before that, when I was looking and I saw that they were deleting edges to try to create new edges, I thought that maybe I was on the right track, but maybe I still have to actually read that to try to fix it. So we're doing it. We're going to try to improve even more. You know, I can feel it sometimes that I'm when I'm doing something wrong. I can feel it, and I'm like, no, I don't know. But this type of guide should work on anything, not just people. So yeah, I don't know anything about spin, edge, or bevel. I gotta figure out how to use that stuff so that way we'll never have these problems again. All right, let's see here. What we got? And I don't want to do the inside just yet. I want to finish the other strap before I start the inside. J also creates vertexes, which it did for you too if the two vertexes have faces in between them. Okay. I'm glad you told me about that because that will be very helpful in the future. I won't have to do not nearly the amount of reworking and deleting and reconnecting that I'm doing if I just go on ahead, and I'm learning as I go and I'm trying to create a project. So it's I didn't really like learn and then do. I'm kind of like giving myself a crash course, and at first I was just going off of pictures. So it's kind of, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's probably apparent at this point. I was looking at pictures of ret topology and looking at it and seeing like, okay, maybe I'll put it this way. And I only knew about edge loops before that. My the guide that I was following when I learned how to do sculpting in general, it was a for a game ready character, and they only mentioned edge loops and to avoid triangles, and just to do the best that you can. That's the only thing that they said. They didn't say anything about bevels, spin edges, J for vertexes, nothing like that, nothing at all. But the character that they did, they showed, it was a woman. They wore a dress. It didn't have these straps and belts and whatnot, so it was very easy to do that type of topology. I took that and applied it to my own character, so things don't match up, and I had to learn the gaps as I went along. So yeah, I use it a lot. It's a neat thing to know about. Yeah, it's very good. Thank you. That alone was extremely helpful in trying to solve the problem that I was trying to do. It's like, oh, I gotta delete this and create a triangle over here, and then after that, I gotta, I have to delete this space, and then I gotta put this space over here to get this space, and I'm like, no, no, you don't. I knew it was wrong, but it's the way I know how to do it because I didn't know any better. So here we are. I want to get, I want to start these straps because I don't have a lot. I'm gonna end the stream soon here. Someone came like when I was relatively early into this. Someone was mentioning the end poles and the he was explaining and I said I don't know anything about what you're saying right now, and then I never saw that guy again. I'm sorry, person, whoever you are. I did. That's why I always put learning in the tags and in the title because I have no idea. I'm literally learning this as I go and trying to do a project, which is not the way to do. I would not recommend doing that. Start a project. You should know what to do before you start a project. But this is more of like it was more like a just trying to imitate what I'm seeing and learning as I go because the guide that I follow did not tell me any of this. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a question. I would just do what was learned in the guide. But when they did the retopology, besides of what I've already just said, everything else was on fast forward. So didn't really say much about retopology. That's why I'm struggling here. It just said just watch what I do and learn from that. And I'm like, okay. So here we are. Learning through a sped up video, I would say is not ideal, especially when you're just learning this, learning in a brand new medium. I'm surprised I got this far. I wasn't even sure how I was going to do retopology because of that because I had nothing to go on except visual. It's all visual. None of this stuff was explained in any of the guides I saw. I have more than one guide. That guide I just showed you is specifically for retopology, and I bought that. But you can't get everything through a video. And learning this stuff in a classroom probably would be the best way to learn, but you're gonna have to shell out the cash for it. This is the result of the free action, the free version, the free method, videos on YouTube and whatnot. Though even those videos they don't really show everything, so you kind of get pieces of it all over the net, and then you just have to put it together yourself. Okay, now we go to I'm gonna put two here. One going up. I should put three. One going up, the apex, and then one going down. Do you know how to move a vertex along the edge? Let's see. This is how I've been doing it. No, I don't. I just move the whole vertex, edge, and the face all at once. Let's see if I can figure it out. Push, pull. How do I do that? No. Let's go back. Mirrors, snap vertices? No, I'm not going to do that. That doesn't look right. Press the move button twice. Got you. Like this? No, that seems more of like an XY version of what I was doing already, right? Am I doing that right? Oh, I am. Okay, this okay, cool. All right, just want to make sure. Yeah, I we really gotta we're gonna work on that. We're gonna work on getting all the actual tricks going instead of what I've been doing. All right, so I want to put one going up, one on the top, and then one going down, just so we have that form. It moves it along the edge. Got you. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these edges and put them along this edge here so we can keep those details there. That way I can improve upon what I got and try to make them look better later on. Because UV unwrapping is actually probably the shortest process of this whole thing. Once that's done, and it's just straight to texturing, you can color and texture, and then unless I'm forgetting something, I'm pretty sure that's the next step. Um, and then after that, the tertiary, secondary, tertiary, and micro details, and then baking is after that. And then after that is and after that it's hair and the rigging, which I'm going to try. I have some minor problems with rigging. I'm using an automatic rigging instead of manual. I've done it manual, but that makes the process much longer. So I'm doing an automatic rigging, and there's some things in the face because I want what I want my characters to do. I want my characters to be able to show emotion. Um, I don't want them just plain face for everything, or just default expressions. I want to try to make them have realistic things, and there's some little things here and there that I can't readily manipulate. So and I think I know what the problem is, so I might actually be able to fix that on stream. Yeah, sure. Want to hear a bit more moving tricks? Yeah, of course. Because I'm going to need them. I'm going to use them. I'm going to have to use them someday. First, I got to drill them into my workflow. But if I remember to use them, I will reuse them. I can already, even for the face, which I'm pretty sure, no, not the face, but the body, even for the body, the areas that would cause me problems, that I've learned how to fix, I think that would even help there. I think that would help in those scenarios too. What I've gone on doing is doing the hands and the face first. I used to start at the head and then work my way down, but certain things don't match up correctly and I have to go back and fix them. So what I was doing was, since all the ret topologies is in the hands and the face and the feet, start there first. The legs, the torso, and the arms are they're really easy to connect. So once I have the connections for the hands and the face, then I can just figure out how to connect them to the body. And most of the time that stuff will be covered anyway. So you don't really have to go, you don't really need that many faces on the body anyway. At least that's the way that I've been doing it. I'm not sure if that's right, but it seems right to me. There are three directions in Blender, and you can move, rotate, scale everything based on each direction. That's X, Y, and Z, right? Let me see. I think I remember something like that. You can hit If I hit G and then X, it'll move it along that thing, and then G, Y. Yeah, I know that much, and then G, Z. But I only do that for when yeah, I just did it. I already know how to do that. It's normally when you just hit G and then whatever axis that you want to move it along. I use that very I don't use that a lot, but I do use it. It's just when I move the whole mesh as a whole, that's what I use. I use it for that. Yeah. I knew that much. It's just, if as long when I'm trying to resize this, and I actually already did that because this actually starts off extremely large, and then you have to I scale it down to real world size. But for the automatic rigging system, I have to scale it by a factor of 10 in order for it to work properly, and then once it's all rigged together, scale it back down to real world size. Right now, he should be around 6'2", 6'3", I think. So That's the only time I actually use that stuff though, or maybe for moving the eyes. If I try to move the eyes into the socket or whatever, I might do it that way. Okay, let me see. Try to get this going here. Yep, that should be good. And then we'll just have to do a 1, 2, 3 over here. Same with that side. This might be a little too large though. I don't know. It's not really super important. I just don't want to make them too large. Try to make them look like the top here, and then I can stretch them out to the sides later. Let's see here. I'll try to scale this to fit the strap a little bit better, which is what I should have done up here because it appears that I'm going to have to kind of fix that a little bit, which is very simple. I can do it. I can do it. You can do that with each action, which helps a lot. Yeah. Yeah, for retopology, I should probably use that more. I didn't really think about using that for retopology itself. Because I had a method. It might not have been efficient, but I had something that I can default to. But we're gonna have to we're trying to slowly break out of the bad habits. So because I can recognize that it's not ideal. I just need to try to get out of the habits and do it in a way that will speed this along because this is easily like the most time consuming part of the whole process outside of sculpting itself. Retopology probably takes longer than sculpting, honestly. I'm done with the sculpt in a couple of days if I just rely on my streaming schedule for that. That is not what I wanted. I wanted this and then this scale that way. Yes, like this. For scale, if you press Z, it can put vertexes to the same height as an example. Oh yeah, scale. Oops. Like this. What if I did this? Scale Z. That's almost the same as moving one, though, isn't it? Oh, Z, then press 0. Okay, got you. Okay, let's Z. Oops. Scale Z 0. Oh yeah, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah. So it moved this one to the height of this one. Yes. Also, that's another. I gotta write some of this stuff down so I don't forget that. Yeah. Because I do that all the time. I know I do that, but manually or for whatever reason. I don't know. Let me see what we got here. Let me see. Where can I put this? No, I'll just put it where I have this one. Yeah, Miyamo and you need jiggle physics. Okay. Actually have actual notes for my workflow. I'm trying to optimize this workflow as best as I can. Um, it has like little like sculpting. I'm a couple pages in for sculpting and retopology, and next I'm going to work on my notes for UV unwrapping. That way I can just go straight to my notes if I run into a problem. But we're kind of in uncharted territory right now with the clothing because, like I said, I figured it out for the most part from bodies, but then not for clothing because the form changes a lot. It's not like a regular body. Let's see here. Z plus 0. Vertices at same height. And the other one was J, right? J across the face. J on face to add a vertex. Right, yeah. And then I gotta look into bevel because apparently that's something that I'm gonna need. Bevel and what did I say? Spin something. Spinning edges, right? Spinning edges. There we go. All three directions, right? Okay, so I should put X, Y, and Z plus 0. Yeah, I'm gonna try that on my practice scope. Oops, that is not. We are now back on Blender. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. This is very helpful. They didn't show me this stuff. They didn't show it to me. This is what I was using. Just pictures. This is all I had for a long time. Just pictures of retopology, and I've just been following that. And I was trying to get this. This is the poles. This is a poles guide right here. I don't want to zoom in because it has a naked body on there, but yeah, I've just been using that to learn. Just pictures. And I bought that book not too long ago. Okay, let me go ahead and just. It's not too. I mean, just some adjusting lines here and there, but this is like this is what I have. This is what I've been doing. I've been doing this. Blender is something which takes a while to learn. Yes, I've been learning this for 3 years. 3 years now. I'm not an. I don't know. I don't. I know I have a ways to go, but we're learning it. It's happening. I'm in no rush. I like learning new stuff. I think this could work like this. Yeah. And then we can go on ahead and since somehow I set this up beforehand, we can just connect these two together. I use the F2 add-on to just press F to from a vertex to create another face. That's a built-in add-on. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Oh, like that. Yes. How about this? How about that? How about we do it like that? Even though I made some weird things, I learned a lot of tricks. Oh yeah, weird stuff. Well, I mean, it can't be that weird, right? I've seen what people do in 3D. Okay, that's something it's kind of comes with the territory, right? People make all kinds of things in 3D, all kinds of things. um, I'm gonna adjust that. I think I can actually probably do away with some of these lines, but I'm gonna have to adjust that. Here. Oh yeah, can I guess we can do the bottom too. Yeah, we have a. I have a. I mean, I'm not even sure if because every time I see other retopology, it's just like a grid. No matter what the form is, it's a perfectly aligned grid. That's we're gonna get there one day. Like if for me to follow my own form, it doesn't turn out to be a perfect grid. There's always like a weird, you know, some kind of discrepancy. I guess I have to sit here and just adjust it, you know? It's just I don't know, I need to see how other people do their retopology. I never really get a eureka moment when I look at because sometimes when I look at some 3D modeling on Twitch, um I don't see how I should do it. I just see other people doing it a completely different way, or in a completely different medium, or sorry, a program like ZBrush or something like that. I never did this on ZBrush. I just see remeshed popcorn machine with thousands of triangles. Yeah, I never, I didn't. I'm not even sure. Every time I type in retopology guide, I mean, I just get articles with the pictures I've shown you, and it's still a puzzle that we haven't fully solved yet, but we're getting there. How about this? How about we just grab this and just put no, that's what causes the problems that we have to fix later. We need to do like this. I can show one of my monster creation, which looks like something. Yeah, I'd like to see it. That's one thing I would like to do. I like making creatures, like creature design. That's really fun to do. I am like I'm thinking like how like well creating it wouldn't be a big issue, but rigging it, I think I would have to try to I would have to go outside of what I normally do to figure out how to rig it. Yeah, that's fine. I don't wait. Is it going to I hope it doesn't delete it. If it doesn't delete it, it should be all right. Hold on, wait. Can you whisper it to me? Where am I at? Oh yeah, move by. Ads are about to come back in a second here. Yeah, that's what I thought. How do I give you the ability to create links? I don't know how to do that actually. I'm still a noob when it comes to Twitch. If you can whisper it to me, that would be great. All right, I'm gonna try to get. Nope, no, it did not. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and continue with the buckle here while the ads play. What do we got here? Oh yeah, that's right. We were supposed to. I don't know. We got to back this up some because we need the rise, the apex, and the fall of the buckle, so we can keep the form somewhat. We still have more work to do, and I want to make sure I don't have to do any of it over again. We've done that with the boots. We're not doing it again with anything else. Oh yeah, fingernails too. That was another one. Oh okay. Dang it. Can you type the link and leave a space somewhere? Um, we're gonna figure it out. I just want to see. Okay, sorry about that. Can you type out the link and then just leave a space somewhere so it doesn't look like a link? Like leave out the HTTPS or www or something like that. No, leave out the HTTPS and then put everything else. I'm sorry. We get a lot of bots that come in here, so I just tell them just not to put any links. You should be fine though. I wish there was a simple way to just click and just like, hey, yeah, just add. I don't know how to do that though. Just add the ability to create a link. Wait, can I do that? Actually, I might actually be able to do that. Okay, let me see if we can. Where is the message thing? Hang on, let me go on Twitch because I'm actually looking at this through a different window. Sorry, I'm a noob. I'm a noob. Okay, there it is. Whisper. For some reason, the whisper mod is, or the whisper thing is, yes, got it. Okay. Okay, put it there, please. Yeah, it wasn't showing up through my other window. I was looking at it through MooBot and it wasn't showing Whisper for some reason. So I had to go onto the site and put Whisper. I was wondering why that was the case, but it's okay. It's not a big deal. We'll just do it that way. All right, there we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, you mind if I show this? Can I show it? Or do you just want me to see it? I like the texture. I want to do some creature design one day. One of my first creations. This is the creature. One of his first creatures that he designed was this. What is this area here? Is that a texture or is this like a I'm not supposed to be his teeth, but it's like a is that like a plane? I was just curious. I sculpted my I sculpted teeth like one time and I've just been carrying it over to all of my stuff ever since because I don't want to do that again. Typically, I was told anyway in game design that people don't even bother sculpting teeth. They just download the teeth off of some website and just use that instead. But I sculpted my own teeth and I just use those. And oh, boxes, okay, yeah, I like it. Yeah, one day I'm gonna do a creature design. That'd be really cool to do. I just don't know like how I'm gonna rig it. Well, actually, I do know how to rig it because the learning material I got had does cover that, but you kind of have to, you're gonna have to kind of create your own custom skeleton with that. And I'm sure I could follow a normal manual way and just tell the bones to work a certain way, but it would just take a while because that's probably longer than retopology, just creating the rig manual a manual rig. But it's not bad though. It just takes a lot of time. It's actually very easy to learn. You just do it one bone at a time. You're good. I cannot do that from memory because I've only done it one time. Not at all. I think the only thing that I can do from memory right now is sculpt and maybe retopology, even though it's not perfect, but I can still do them. And if I miss a step, I got my notes here. Let's see here. Going to go on ahead and flip this over and click this. No, I'm gonna move this back some. I'm just trying to straighten it out just a little bit. Oh, I guess that shortcut would have come in handy there, huh? Oh, and I still have to break the habits of doing things like this. That's fine. That's probably why everyone's the grid of everyone's retopology is so straight because they use that shortcut that you showed me. Yeah, we're really gonna have to ingrain that into our brain here. All right, I want to create this side here. The side of this. Oops, we need this. We need a edge. This is the shape it should be, but it's a little. Mine is a little lumpy. Recent creations are a goose and that VTuber doggy. Oh yeah. I did a creature design course a long time ago. I made my own version of a chimera, and but instead of a lion, I used a dog instead. It was like a pit bull, and it had like a snake tail, and I think I was using deer horns. It was like a very out there take of a chimera because it should be a lion, a snake with bat wings, and I think it has hooves too. I'm not really sure, like a traditional chimera, but I didn't want, I was trying to avoid the the design that Final Fantasy does because they have their version of chimera, and that's I think it's a kind of I think it's a little bit further away from a traditional chimera. But yeah, that was done through 2D art though. I didn't make a I haven't done that in 3D yet. But the process is something that I still use in all my art to this day. It's like you do like a study. You do a study of the animals. You study the animals. You do the grayscale, all that stuff. Like after I took that course, it really improved my art like overall. That was like around 2014, 2015, I think. Normally I don't like working in grayscale, but that kind of brought me back around to it because I feel like you don't have the freedom to do whatever colors you want. Once you do grayscale, you're kind of locked into that type of lighting that you have to do. Well, not I mean not necessarily, but you get the idea. It's like you kind of the light parts will stay light unless you just color over it with a new layer and so on and so forth. Let's see. I had different stuff. I still have all that stuff too. I even have every step, pretty much every step that I did from that. Somewhere in my folders. So complete this. See how it looks from this side. Oh, it would be the other side. It would be the other strap on the other side, which I didn't have to, go all the way around like that. I may have to delete that, but delete this line going across. Going to get there. I need references to make stuff. That's when I work the best. Yeah, I like. Yeah, that's the whole point of this right here. That is the whole point. Like I could easily draw my comic, but I don't want to. I don't want to change anything later down the line. I just wanted to have a consistent, clear art style to the comic book because I put a lot of effort into the story. The most I've ever put into any writing. Okay, I'm an amateur writer. I don't write normally. Last thing I wrote was for school, and the comics I made as a when I was younger, I didn't put any effort into it, but I wrote a whole script for this web comic. Okay, and I want to make sure that the art will match the effort that I put into the story. It might not be a good story to someone, but it's like it's literally the best I could do. I have no regrets after that. I literally did the best that I could possibly do. But I like it though. I mean, I like it, and some people that have read it, they seem to like it. So we'll see what happens. Make sure that the art's great. I don't think the art's my strong suit, obviously, because I'm not a writer. But I think the art will be fine. It's just I'm being perfectionist now. I'm being a little bit of a perfectionist here, and I'm learning a new medium at the same time. So I kind of got sucked into the world of 3D a little bit more than doing the comic. But the comic, I still edit the story from time to time just to make sure that everything's cool. And I have no doubts that the art that comes from these references will be exactly what I want. Because yeah, exactly. Since I've started doing sculpting, I have not been drawing in 2D, but I think this past summer I did a 2D piece on stream, and the art was better than the art that I've done years prior. There was like a year or two gap between starting 3D and that point. So I'm not worried about the art. My art actually improved since sculpting, so I'm okay with it. I'm just like I said, I'm just being a perfectionist at this point. So I should be able to get some pages out sometime this year. Not well, maybe not like published on a website or whatever, or I don't know. I was actually considering just publishing it, but I think I might just put it on the website. Either way, I'm gonna have to shell out some dough, whether it be for website or web dev or to get it published. And maintaining a website's not cheap when you're considering security. Want to see the doggy or the goose? Sure. I have the other window up, so I can just take a look at that whenever the link is posted. Let's see here. What do we got? What do we got? Okay, this is the back. So I think the back was just flat. If I well, actually, I don't know because you can't really see the back, can you? Um, I don't have my reference up, but pretty sure. Yeah, the back is just flat. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to go to edge and just bring it all the way over to the other side. That should be fine. And you're not going to see this anyway. So if the textures don't display correctly on the back end, I'm not going to worry about it. This is not for a game. You're not going to see this ever again once it's done, unless I decide to pose it on stream, and you probably see it then. But you'll definitely see the final result. Let's see here. Trying to do that. I just want to complete the buckle real quick. This will be the last thing that we work on is the buckles. I'm not going to do the whole strap because we're going to be ending soon. Actually, I might actually do the whole strap. Yeah, well, no. I gotta end soon, actually. But I'll work on this again later on in the day, and we'll try to get all have this stuff done. This is not a quick process. I know I've said it. I wanted to be on the pants today, but that just wasn't gonna happen. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we're gonna complete the buckle now. We're pretty much there. I'm gonna make sure that the one side looks like the other side, which we can see just by looking from this side. And then we're going to see, let's stretch it over. Actually, you know what? Let's not stretch it over. We don't have to stretch this over. We can just go ahead and just connect them from here. Connect it from right there. Okay. And I think we can do the same thing with the rest of these. I'm going to dissolve them so it's less, because they don't need to be, those lines don't need to be there. Just, um, hit the G button there. Okay. I don't know if, because this wedge area kind of comes out over the rest of the buckle. I don't think that happens in the back, so I'm leaving that flat. I'm not going to worry about it, the back not looking like the front here. I think it only pops out this way. I've seen it from a couple of angles, but except for this angle, of course. Um, or did I? You sent them? Okay. Wait, where are they? I only have the one link. Yeah, I still have the first link. I don't see the other links. Where's yeah, it's still the one link. I just have the one whisper. You sent them through the whisper, right? Yeah, I'll just have the first one still. Okay, so we can while we wait for that, I'm going to continue going on. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah. Click on this. Yeah, it's just the one. Yeah, that's weird. Why do I only have the one whisper? I refreshed the page too. Because this lasts for 48 hours, so you should be able to send more whispers than that. I have the window up and everything. I'm sorry, I don't know what's happening. Yeah, it's just the one. Okay, wait a minute. I see another one. Okay, here we go. All right, here's the dog. I got the dog. It's very a very Nickelodeon style looking dog here. It's like the orange. I think they have like orange, like an orange dog icon. It's good stuff though. I don't. Yeah, I have not done animals yet. The one thing that I'm doing for the purpose of the story will be like a kind of like a. It's gonna be like a humanoid. That's the closest I'm going to get. But I haven't done any animals yet. Pretty cool. Maybe there's a delay or something. I don't know. Okay, I think I got the third one. Yeah, here we go. Oh yeah, look at that. Here's the goose. Is this the coat or is that clo or is that like his body or is that a clothing? He's got a tracksuit on a little bit. I don't know geese very well. I'm sorry. It could be one that has a pattern like that on their body. I doubt it though. I don't know. Yeah, I like it. I like the goose. Is this like a cell shaded texture? I do not know how to do that. Cloth. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I like that. I have no idea what animal I would do if I did an animal, but I like this one a lot. I like this one. I think that's the best one. The goose. No problem. Tune material. Okay, got you. All right. I'm going to complete this and then I'm going to call it. What am I doing? Oh, I see. I got the two sides connected. All right, so I need another edge here, or vertex. I'm going to do this. All right, now we can just go ahead and just connect these together, and that should be it. I'm gonna do some stuff to this later. We're gonna be a little bit further along, hopefully. We won't have to do too much more with this, so we can go on to the next piece of clothing. This is all the way over. I don't know why. Here we go. Well, like that. We're just going to connect these like so. Okay, so then I'm gonna have to take this into a loop over here. I made the material from a video tutorial. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not I know how to make cloth, but I'm not sure about any other material. The garment tool here has presets in it, but I've only ever used cloth. There was no reason for me to do any of the other material yet because I created the boots by hand. That would be leather. I know it has leather material. I think there's like nylon or something. There's cloth. There's cotton. There's I don't know. I can actually click this though. Yeah, cotton. That's the closest to uh with the material of a army soldier uniform is made out of. Let me see here. Touch. Oh, connect points. Okay, it's not displaying the presets. Oh wait, yeah it is. No. Whatever happened, don't do it. Yeah, it's only showing cotton for some reason, but there's like a whole list. There's a whole list. I just don't remember how to pull it up from here. You have to be like in a specific mode to see everything. It changes. Yeah, here we go. Add pattern, add vertex group, library. No, not that. You know, I kind of just extruded the goose's body parts and just gave it another material. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, hey, you know, if that works, go for it. I say that's how I start. You know, I make the sphere and then I extrude the ears, or no, I push in the nose, the opening in the skull and for the sockets, and then just extrude the ears and the neck, extrude the neck. The torso and the head are separate for a while, but you know you can join them together later. Yeah, I can't seem to find the types of cloth right now. Cloth physics presets, cloth set, you said cloth in no. Yeah, actually forget where it is. I'm sorry. Most of this stuff has been changed recently, so and that is a very new addition to the garment tool. I think I had a stream where I actually I updated it on the stream, or I must have updated Blender on the stream or something, and it kind of changed everything. I don't use the sculpting though. That's just not for me. Oh yeah, well that's okay. I really like the sculpting. At first, I was a little worried that you know I was like, well, I'm not actually, and it's kind of true, but I kind of got used to it. Like I wasn't actually progressing the comic. I was sculpting. I knew it would take longer, but I was like, well, the benefit might be worth it. You know, I was learning how to sculpt. But at first, I was using Dad's 3D with Genesis 2 and just using a stock character and just posing that. You know, but I wanted to see what it would be like if I had an exact reference of my characters to draw from. I did like a test portrait. You know, it turned out better, but we're going to need we're going to need a little more than that, more than a portrait. Should probably learn how to do portraits too. I'm pretty sure it wasn't like ideal, but the art turned out fine. I just have a just a shoulder up person just like this. It's not really a great portrait. It's more like a mugshot, but you know you get the idea. Subdivision modeling and skin modifier. Yeah, actually do not know how to do that. I use as far as subdivision is concerned, it's a modifier, a shrink wrap, not shrink wrap, multi resolution is what I use. I actually don't subdivide anything. When I was on Z remesh or sorry ZBrush, I did do a lot of subdivision there, but in Blender, you can just add a modifier for that that does something similar, and then just remesh it at specific steps. That's about it, really. I've never actually subdivided besides what you showed me with the vertex. Wait, I don't think that was subdivision either, was it? I can't see anything. I need to. Okay, there's really just nothing there. I have to fix that. As soon as this is complete, we're going to stop here. So I need to take a break from this. Let's see. Are you okay? Here we go. Adding more vertexes was subdivision. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, yeah, that's the only time I've actually subdivided something. Otherwise, it would just be the multi-resolution modifier in Blender anyway. Like I said, my previous workflow with ZBrush was all subdivision. No, that's not what I. Okay, yeah, this is fine. I'm gonna connect those a different way, and this too. I don't want that. I don't want that there. I'm gonna have to make a whole top surface for the back part of the buckle. That's okay. I might be able to just there's enough space here. I might be able to just do this instead, to be honest, and then just connect the back. We don't have a back to connect to yet, so it's just gonna have to stay like that for right now. For right now, and oops, no, that's not what I want. Hit the Windows button again. Maybe I have to keep that in the back. It's a little crooked though. Why don't we just take the entire back and just pull it up? Just extrude it from here and then scale it. Like so. It's not even. That's so I'm just gonna have to just deal with that for right now. And then I can connect the whole thing up top somewhere. Let me actually let's see if this oops, yeah, you need a face there, right? That's not something that we need right now, then we can probably just do this. Can I just join these together? And do the other side the same exact way. Actually, I don't have enough room over here. Let me move this away from the edge just so it's still the same. That's fine. Uh-oh. I hate when I do that. I hit H instead of G and it hides that entire area. Oh, that's we definitely got to stop doing that. I do that all the time too. I almost did it again. I looked down and my finger was hovering over H. Problem here is that I can't really. I need to see a little better. This is fine because this will all be connected properly. I think what I should do is just move this vertex up here. That way it's more even. And this one here. Yeah, it's close enough. changed G to Q so it's better for me. I do that all the time. Like I use G so much that hitting. Sometimes I hit T and get rid of the bar here, which of course I had already done because it was hidden, and H. Basically, it's just T and H for some reason. I don't know. I feel like I don't move my finger when at all, but apparently I do. Apparently I am moving my finger. Oops. Here's F. Accidentally hit there. Don't want to do that. Okay, I see what I did. That was different. I need to do this because I said I was going to complete the top, so I did that right here. Now that makes it the same, except these two were the ones I merged. Ooh, maybe not that way. All right, now we can use what did I say? What was it? It was let's see if we can remember. Actually, I wrote it down. I don't need to remember. I did change a whole lot since I tried to make Unity movement in Blender. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I want to see if I can do that for Unreal. Because I actually got Unreal Engine 5. Let's see if we can do this. Let me see if we can remember this. Okay, here's the face. J on a vertex. Wait. Or was it? No, it was a subdivide, right? Well, I mean, technically that could work. Hold on, wait. How did I do just one again? Just one vertex? I mean, that works. Right. Edge is where, okay. All right. So I went from face to edge. Yeah, subdivide. Okay, there we go. All right, there we go. There. Yeah, it's going to take some getting used to because I don't normally do that, but this is what I wanted. All right. And then I'll just that here and then take these and merge center. There. Now they're exactly the same, except this one is connected. But now we have this. This is enough to just do this. Let's see. Because I didn't actually write that down. That's why I couldn't replicate it. All right. Base subdivide to add text. Okay. There. Now that problem is solved. All right, so now they're more or less the same. They just have to be adjusted so that they're the same size. That's really it. Which I will do at another point. I think I can just get away with just doing this. This doesn't need to be out. Why do I have this out? I should be able to just fill this in right here. This here can be the same. Okay, so more or less I can see how the buckle is supposed to be shaped. we're going to have to adjust it, of course, late, when we in the appropriate step. But I can see that the shape it's supposed to be. Even if I didn't do anything else, I can see this information and be like, okay, this is how it should be drawn, and I can draw it. Okay, so that's good. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. All right, I think we are done for today. That is the end of the stream. Um, I want to thank everyone who stopped by and hung out with me in the stream here. I will be back tomorrow morning, same time, but we'll probably end sooner because I'm going back to my regular schedule tomorrow. Um, I will see you tomorrow if there's no change, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. Okay, so take care. Have a good night. Have a great rest of your day. Okay.